Bharati mentioned, we work with low-income communities, we work with people with disabilities, we work with women, we work with people of all gender and sexual minorities. So the kind of work that I do, I work across programs to help communicate any messaging that might need to go out. I work to try to help out with session plans and stuff like that.
Okay, so आज का हमारा ये टॉपिक है हैकिंग डिजिटल जेंडर नॉर्म्स. तो शुरू करने से पहले मैं ये सेट करना चाहती हूँ कि आज का सेशन एकदम बातचीत कॉन्वर्सेशनल होगा और आपसे भी एक दूसरे से भी जानेंगे सीखेंगे, क्योंकि हमारे अलग अलग एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं, हम अलग अलग कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ काम करते हैं, राइट. तो बहुत कॉन्वर्सेशनल और इनफॉर्मल सेशन है, ये कोई लेक्चर नहीं है. तो काफ़ी सारी वीडियोस देखेंगे, शेयर करेंगे एक्सपीरियंसेस में. तो जेंडर नॉर्म्स क्या है? जो जेंडर के नियम बनते हैं, है ना, जैसे महिलाएं, लड़कियां, क्वेयर, ट्रांस लोग, जैसे हमारी फिजिकल या ऑफलाइन ज़िंदगी में जेंडर के नियम को नेगोशिएट करते हुए हमेशा चलते हैं, वही सारी चीज़ें जो है डिजिटल दुनिया में भी रेप्लिकेट होती है. So gender norms, they really sit like an invisible layer below all of our digital activity. और काफ़ी टाइम हमने देखा है, फॉर एग्जांपल घर में अगर एक शेयर्ड फ़ोन है जो फैमिली मेम्बर्स में शेयर होते हैं, तो कोविड के टाइम पे जब ऑनलाइन क्लासेस चालू हुई थी, भाई को ही बस वो फ़ोन मिल रहा था. तो जो मम्मी का फ़ोन है वो भाई लेके अपना पढ़ाई करता था और बहन की पढ़ाई, उसकी एजुकेशन छूट जाती थी. तो ये जेंडर का नियम है जिसकी वजह से डिजिटल जो उपयोग है, डिजिटल जो एक्सपीरियंस है, उसमें डिफरेंस आता है. और हमारा ये मानना है और हमारे एक्सपीरियंस से हमने देखा है कि इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए या फिर इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए ओनली टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड सोल्यूशन दे आर नॉट इनफ. उसके लिए हमें जेंडर नॉर्म्स को तोड़ के देखना पड़ेगा. ये जो जेंडर के नियम बने डिजिटल फिजिकल दुनिया दोनों जगहों, उसको डीपली उसके बारे में उसको अनपैक करना और उसके बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा. बस टेक्नोलॉजी रिलेटेड सोल्यूशन ही काफ़ी नहीं है, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम हमने ये भी देखा है दैट इवन इफ घर पे एक फ़ोन है, फ़ोन का एक्सेस तो आ गया, लेकिन घर पे जो जेंडर के नियम बने हैं वो महिलाओं को, क्वेयर, ट्रांस लोगों को स्टॉप करती है वो फ़ोन आज़ादी के साथ या डिजिटल स्पेस को आज़ादी के साथ एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं. ठीक है, तो ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट हम थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड में रख के आगे बढ़ते हैं. एक हम छोटा सा वीडियो देखेंगे.
ये बता क्या है
ये बंदा शर्मा रहा है. आप ही का कहने का मतलब है कि बहुत शर्मीली है, लेकिन बैंगन देख के उनके पसीने छूट गए.
A phone off one's phone. Is that too much to ask? It's rare for an Indian woman to have unhindered access to her own phone, even in 2021. From rural India, there are regular reports of families thrashing teenage girls for talking on their phones. In fact, Khab panchayats in North India have labelled women who use mobile phones in public as asabhya betiyan or uncultured daughters. But even in urban media and pop culture, women's privacy within the household has conventionally been an absurdity. Because why would a truly sanskari girl, the obedient daughter, devoted wife, doting mother with a spotless conscience, ever have anything to hide?
अगली बार ना सीडी वगैरह में देखकर देखिए. हाँ यार, भाई की कुटाई हो रही मुझे वजह से.
And this attitude is reflected in many different ways. Families often forbid young girls from going out of their homes alone, and leisure time both inside and outside their homes is almost always monitored on the pretext of their safety, be it through chaperones sent by their parents or tracking apps installed on their phones. Post-marriage and even more so post-motherhood, the idea that an Indian woman would want privacy is almost absurd. Even Indian pop culture portrays a married woman out alone as an abnormality, a sign of neglect or some kind of problem at home. And And it's not just the family. In the name of protecting women from harassment in public spaces, even the state has opted for surveillance methods that ironically monitor women and not perpetrators. The measures range from local police stations tracking women who are working away from their parents' homes to facial recognition cameras that track distress on women's faces. But where does this mindset come from? On the surface, a woman can't be left alone for her own safety. Women are considered to be at high risk of sexual violence from the outside world from a young age. And so we reinforce the idea that they are the weaker sex who need their fathers, brothers or husbands to protect them. But if you look deeper, there's another reason for why women are monitored this much. A woman spending unsupervised time is actually scary for one simple reason. That she will get out of her family's control and break the strict code of behavior that society expects women to follow. Keeping a woman under constant surveillance then becomes a way to train her to be the right kind of woman. Someone who feels no need to talk to boys over the phone, who has no reason to lock the door to her room. Someone who is always careful inside and outside the home to maintain a good reputation. We reinforce these expectations by repeatedly claiming that a woman's rightful place is within her home, where she can be protected and dedicate her time to be in service of others. Unfortunately, in India, even discussing a woman's right to privacy is often dismissed as an elite issue. Because we're a country where most people live in joint families without enough physical space to even be able to spend time alone, people think privacy is a luxury few should expect in India. But actually, dismissing women's need for privacy creates a further divide, because while men have access to leisure spaces outside the home, most women are usually confined inside, creating a huge gap which often goes unacknowledged. And this impacts women's emotional and mental health. Women are more likely to be emotionally dependent in relationships because they are raised to not value individuality and alone time. But here's the thing. Privacy and the freedom to do what we want with our time is a vital human need that allows us to reflect, relax and to gain a better understanding of ourselves. Not only does it rejuvenate and enrich us physically, emotionally and intellectually, but it can actually result in some of our best ideas. It's time we build a culture that values and respects women's needs for this privacy, online and offline, not by restraining or monitoring them, but by changing social standards in a way that gives them the control of their own time and space. That's it for our latest video in the Overthinking It series. If you enjoy overthinking with us,
वीडियो से हम रिलेट कर पाए या अनरिलेटेबल लगा, क्या कोई सिमिलैरिटीज़ है हमारे काम से जुड़े जो हमारे एक्सपीरियंसेस रहे होंगे या फिर पर्सनली भी जो फोन से जुड़े एक्सपीरियंसेस रहे होंगे, जहाँ पे यहाँ पे वीडियो का थीम समझ में आया, राइट, कि मतलब लड़कियों को, महिलाओं को फ़ोन की क्या ज़रूरत है, उनको फ़ोन में प्राइवेसी या पासवर्ड लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत है, और ये एक लग्जरी की तरह, फ़ोन का इस्तेमाल एक लग्जरी की तरह रादर दैन एक नीड या फिर एक इच्छा, वो चॉइस या फिर वो नीड को कम्प्लीटली इग्नोर करते हुए इसको एक लग्जरी, एक एडिशनल, मतलब जिसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, ऐसे देखा जाता है लड़कियों को, महिलाओं के लिए, राइट। तो ऐसे कुछ आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, क्या आपने दूसरे लड़कियों से बात करते हुए सुना है कि घर में जेंडर के नियम बने हैं फ़ोन के इस्तेमाल को लेकर? आपसे सुनेंगे तो बात तो करना पड़ेगा या फिर पर्सनली भी कभी कभी हमें घर में टोकते हैं कि फ़ोन तभी इस्तेमाल करने को मिलेगा अगर पासवर्ड नहीं लगाओगी, अगर कुछ छुपाने का नहीं है तो पासवर्ड क्यों लगाना, ये ज़्यादातर महिलाओं को कहा जाता है। तो ऐसे कुछ एक्सपीरियंस है जेंडर और फ़ोन को लेके?
लड़कियों को फ़ोन के साथ फ़ोन का और कोई यूज़ होना नहीं चाहिए या क्या ही करेंगे फ़ोन के साथ। तो मेरे साथ 1-2 घंटे जो वो क्लास करती थी उसके लिए उनके पास फ़ोन होते थे। उसके बाद वो या तो उनके पापा के पास होते थे या उनके भाइयों के पास होते थे, या अगर फ़ोन लेके उन्हें कहीं घूमने जाना पड़ा तो वो चल गया। तो मुझे अगर मेरे स्टूडेंट्स के साथ बात करनी थी, आई वुड नेवर रीच बिकॉज द फोन इज नॉट, सो दैट इज
बिल्कुल। तो जिसको कंडीशनल एक्सेस बोलते हैं कि कुछ कामों के लिए ही फ़ोन मिलेगा और नहीं तो एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा कि क्यों चाहिए फ़ोन, कितनी देर तक चाहिए, कब चाहिए, राइट। और कोई एक्सपीरियंस है? बांग्ला में बोलते
पासवर्ड लगाने का जरूर नहीं है,
पासवर्ड लगाने का
जरूर नहीं है, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम
आपका जो पूर्ण रूप में उसके गाँव में बहुत सारे बाधाएं हैं, क्योंकि वो फोन लेके क्या है कि सोशल नेटवर्क पे बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम होता है, इसलिए गाँव में यूज करने के लिए बहुत मना किया जाता है। और कुछ नेगेटिविटी भी होती है, लेकिन इससे पॉजिटिविटी है, तो नेगेटिव को लेकर चल रहे गाँव के लोग ज़्यादा यही इशू है गाँव में।
बिल्कुल। और कहा जाता है कि तुम्हारी सेफ्टी के लिए, तुम्हारी भलाई के लिए फ़ोन मत इस्तेमाल करो। काफ़ी टाइम हमने ये भी सुना है, वेस्ट बंगाल में हम जब वर्कशॉप कर रहे थे तो लड़कियाँ बोलती थी कि मम्मी पापा को लगता है फ़ोन आने से शादी करके भाग जाते हैं। मतलब फ़ोन की गलती, कोई शादी करना और ये शादी करने का जो चॉइस है या फिर घर से भागने का जो इच्छा है, ये फ़ोन की गलती। फ़ोन आया मतलब लड़कों से बात करेगी, शादी करेगी, भाग जाएगी। तो ऐसे प्रोटेक्शनिस्टिक तरीके से देखा जाता है। तो 2 चीज़ें हैं यहाँ पे, ऑटोनॉमी और एजेंसी। मतलब क्या हम खुल के डिजिटल दुनिया में पार्टिसिपेट कर पा रहे हैं? काफ़ी महिलाएं, काफ़ी क्वेयर ट्रांस लोग जो LGBTQ कम्युनिटी के लोग होते हैं, अलग अलग जेंडर सेक्सुअलिटीज़ के लोग होते हैं, वो हमने देखा है कि खुल के नहीं पार्टिसिपेट कर पाते हैं इन सारी जेंडर न्यूज़ की वजह से। और अगर पार्टिसिपेट कर भी रहे हैं, अगर उनका सोशल मीडिया का अकाउंट है, चलो मतलब फेसबुक सब इस्तेमाल करते हैं, तब भी उनको लगता है कि वो इन जगहों पे बिलोंग नहीं करते, क्योंकि बहुत बाधाओं से भरी हुई ये जगहें होती हैं। तो अगर हम अभी थोड़ा बातचीत करेंगे और ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करेंगे कि कुछ ऐसे बाधाओं के बारे में सोचेंगे और हम ये इमेजिन करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि कैसे हम ऐसी एक दुनिया तक पहुंच सकते हैं जहाँ पे ये बाधाएं उतनी नहीं हैं और जहाँ पे विमेन, गर्ल्स, LGBTQ कम्युनिटीज़ वो खुल के पार्टिसिपेट कर पाए डिजिटल दुनिया में। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम एक वर्कशॉप में हम कुछ एक्टिविस्ट से मिले जो कि लड़कियों महिलाओं से काम करते हैं उनके साथ, और उन्होंने कहा कि कोविड के टाइम में एक लड़की को अपने घर से फ़ोन मिला था क्लासेस करने के लिए, और उस फ़ोन के ज़रिए वो अपने बॉयफ्रेंड के साथ चैटिंग करती थी। तो एक दिन उनके मम्मी पापा ने उनके फ़ोन से वो मैसेजेस पढ़ लिए और उसके बाद उसका फ़ोन ले लिया और फ़ोन के साथ साथ उसका पूरा घर से निकलना बंद कर दिया, उसके ऑनलाइन क्लासेस बंद हो गए। तो जब वो एक्टिविस्ट जो काम करते हैं वो गए उनके मम्मी पापा से बात करने के लिए, उनको समझाने के लिए, तब उन्होंने कहा कि अभी ट्रस्ट मतलब टूट चुका है। एंड जब उन्होंने समझाने की कोशिश की कि ठीक है फ़ोन ले लो बट एटलीस्ट कॉलेज जाने दो, एटलीस्ट बाहर जाने दो या कॉलेज जाने दो, तब वो लोग बोले कि नहीं अब इसका शादी ही करवाना है बिकॉज ये फिर बिगड़ जाएगी फ़ोन की वजह से। तो हम ऐसे कैसे इमेजिन कर सकते हैं डिजिटल दुनिया या फिर डिजिटल स्पेसेस जहाँ पे ये बाधाएं नहीं है? उसके लिए हमें क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा? हमें किस विषय पर सोचना पड़ेगा? क्या कोई शेयर करना चाहेगा?
Safer digital practice, because the flip side is that a lot of women get harassed as well. So that's another reason why the protectionist sort of angle comes in, if they're sent, forbidden messages. constantly there is an access to them by the ones who are harassing them, then that becomes a problem. So I'm thinking of how in young women learn how to safeguard themselves from potential danger.
Right. तो डिजिटल सुरक्षा, डिजिटल प्राइवेसी, ये जो स्किल्स चाहिए होते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म्स नेविगेट करते हुए, हाँ ये बिल्कुल ज़रूरी है जैसे आपने कहा, क्योंकि वो नॉलेज नहीं होती कई लोगों के पास, और हम में से बहुत लोगों को शायद ये भी ना पता हो कि अच्छा मेरे पास ये ऑप्शंस है मुझे मेरी डिजिटल सुरक्षा बरकरार रखने के लिए। लेकिन काफ़ी टाइम सुरक्षा का मतलब इस नज़रिए से देखा जाता है जिसको बोलते हैं सेल्फ सेंसरशिप, मतलब खुद को सुरक्षित रखना है तो फेसबुक बंद कर दो, या फिर फेसबुक के सारे पोस्ट तुम हाइड कर दो, सब कुछ प्राइवेट कर लो, मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए। तो ये क्यों ज़रूरी होता है कि मैं खुद पे रोक टोक लगाऊँ सेफ रहने के लिए, राइट? जैसे ऑफलाइन ज़िंदगी में, असली रियल ज़िंदगी में होते हैं, वैसे सेम डिजिटल दुनिया में भी बोलते हैं कि तुम अपना ख्याल रखो, तुम घर से मत निकलो, तुम ऐसे कपड़े पहनो, सेम तुम अपना प्राइवेसी लगाओ। तो इस चीज़ को हम ज़रा तोड़ के देखेंगे, और क्या अभी आप लोग को जैसा कर रहे हो या फिर दूसरों से सुना हो कि ये लोग ये कर रहे हैं टू नेविगेट दिस जेंडर नॉर्म्स, ये जेंडर बाधाओं को ओवरकम करने के लिए ऐसी स्ट्रेटजीज क्या लड़कियों महिलाओं कुछ करते हैं अभी? फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो LGBTQ काफ़ी लोग होते हैं, वो लोग डिजिटल दुनिया में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए वो अनोनिमस अकाउंट बनाते हैं, अपने नाम से अकाउंट नहीं बनाते, क्योंकि उनको प्राइवेसी, मतलब जेंडर और सेक्सुअलिटी रिलेटेड उनको प्राइवेसी का कंसर्न होता है, तो वो कुछ दूसरे नाम से अकाउंट बनाते हैं, वो उनका तरीका है ये चीज़ नेविगेट करने की। फिर हमने देखा लड़कियों को काफ़ी बार ये प्रेफरेंस होता है कि प्रीपेड मोबाइल कनेक्शन ले रादर देन पोस्टपेड, क्योंकि पोस्टपेड में वो घर पे बिल आता है, पेरेंट्स को पता चलता है, तो प्रीपेड अलाउस मोर कंट्रोल एंड मोर चॉइस कि आप कितना इस्तेमाल करो, कितना टाइम बात करो, कितना इंटरनेट इस्तेमाल करो। तो ऐसे, और काफ़ी टाइम ऐसे होता है फैमिली को ब्लॉक करते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर फैमिली को ब्लॉक करते हैं, कुछ पोस्ट फैमिली से हाइड करते हैं, फैमिली के लिए एक गुड गर्ल इमेज जो है वो बना के रखते हैं, और जिनके साथ हम कंफर्टेबल है, मेरे भी मम्मी पापा ब्लॉक है, तो मतलब जिनके साथ मैं कंफर्टेबल हूँ मैं उनको अपने तस्वीरें सब कुछ मेरा पूरा एक्टिविटी में खुल के दिखाती हूँ, जिसको नहीं पसंद मैं हिडन वाले लिस्ट में रख देती हूँ। तो ऐसे कुछ और स्ट्रैटेजीज है जो आपने सुना हो या आपने खुद किया हो? सब फ़ोन इस्तेमाल करते हैं, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है फ़ोन मतलब कोई इस्तेमाल ही नहीं करता, तब तो होंगे आपके एक्सपीरियंस, आप बताओ। कभी ऐसा किया कोई पोस्ट हाइड किया है किसी से? किया है पोस्ट हाइड? चलो बताइए उसके बारे में, कैसे पोस्ट था, क्या था?
মানে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমি একটা জায়গায় গিয়েছিলাম, তো এখানে একটা মানে আমি ফোনে ফেসবুকে হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ স্ট্যাটাসে দিয়েছিলাম, তো যার কারণে ছোটো ভাই দেখেছিল দিয়ে অনেক বকাঝকা করছে। তারপর থেকে ওকে আমি পরে আমি অপশানটা জানতাম না, দিয়ে ফোনের কাছে শিখলাম, শিখে তারপরে ওকে করলাম। তারপরে নিজের মধ্যে একটা মানুষের যখন মানে যেটা মানুষের কাছে শুনতাম আর কারোর কাছে যে ওরা বলতো, তো আমার শুনে কেমন লাগতো, যখন নিজের সঙ্গে এইটা হলো তখন বুঝতে পারলাম যে হ্যাঁ তাহলে ওনাদের সঙ্গে এইগুলো হয়, এইভাবে মানে নিজে।
तो ये बता रहे हैं कि व्हाट्सएप पे उन्होंने कुछ तो स्टेटस ऐसे डाला था जिसमें उनके भाई के कुछ ऐसे कमेंट्स या भाई देख के कुछ ऐसे कॉन्सिक्वेंस होते हैं जो उनको नहीं पसंद आया, तो फिर वो उन्होंने छुपा दिया। तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे स्ट्रेटेजीज हमारे खुद के होते हैं, और हम जब कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ काम करते हैं ये चीज़ें मतलब ध्यान में रखना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है कि हम खुद की लाइफ के एक्सपर्ट हैं, हमारी डिसीजन हम कैसे सुरक्षित रहना चाहते हैं हमारी खुद की चॉइस है, हमें ऑप्शंस पता होनी चाहिए, बट अल्टीमेटली जो आपके लिए काम करे शायद वो मेरे लिए ना करे। तो अलग अलग लोगों के ऐसे अलग अलग प्रेफरेंसेस होते हैं और स्ट्रेटजीज होते हैं ये जेंडर बाधाओं को मतलब नेविगेट करने के लिए। अभी मैं आफ्रा को हैंड ओवर करती हूँ।
So now we're going to talk about, I'm going to speak in Hindi and Nepali, we will translate. put that online, how is that body perceived? What are people thinking of your body? What are people saying of your body? How do we react to the way that people are seeing us or speaking of us online? And I think specifically we're going to talk about some instances that have happened in the past where bodies of women or bodies of people from the LGBTQIA community have been treated for just existing in public spaces, not even doing anything that is out of any kind of norm.
तो अभी हम बात करेंगे बॉडीली इंटेग्रिटी, मतलब हमारा जो शरीर है वो हम ऑनलाइन दुनिया में भी रखते हैं, वो फोटो के जरिए, वो मतलब हमारा जो परिचय है, हमारा जो शरीर है, फोटो वीडियो, काफ़ी लोग रील्स वगैरह बनाते हैं, मेकअप वगैरह करते हैं, राइट। तो हमारे शरीर को हम एक तरह से डिजिटल दुनिया में रख रहे हैं, और उस वजह से या फिर उससे जुड़े हुए काफ़ी ऐसे जेंडर नियमों की वजह से माना जाता है कि लड़कियों महिलाओं का शरीर जो है, जैसे ऑफलाइन जिंदगी में उसको पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी माना जाता है, वही चीज़ डिजिटल दुनिया में वहाँ पे भी कमेंट्स वगैरह आप पढ़ेंगे तो जैसे कि ये पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है।
So we'll just watch one video now. That's an example of bodily integrity. And then we'll talk about how it makes us feel, what we think about the case, whether we have seen anything similar, whether any of our friends have said anything similar. And we'll just explore that a little bit.
Guys were talking about girls who are minors, and it's not just about talking about minors, it's just about talking so disgustingly about girls in general. people's upbringings that, you know, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, you can't be yourself, you can't dress this way, you can't do this, you can't do that. Having supportive parents is like considered a luxury. That's so messed up. All of it has one rule.
Yeah, so this entire video was specifically about the Delhi's boy locker room case. I'm not sure if have you guys heard of it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've heard of it. So yeah, basically in the video she's just talking about the situation of the girls in those pictures, right? They trusted certain guys who they thought were their friends, or they must have thought they were involved with them. So there was a mutual understanding. But then once they shared these images, they were exploited. And these images were put online in private spaces. And these men were saying things about these women's bodies that these women probably did not want said. They did not want these other men to see these images. So there's like a serious invasion of like their boundaries.
तो ये बॉयज़ लॉकर रूम बोल के एक केस हुआ था जहाँ पे इंस्टाग्राम पे एक ग्रुप बना था बॉयज़ लॉकर रूम नाम का, जिस ग्रुप में कुछ तो लड़के थे। उन्होंने अलग अलग जगहों से लड़कियों के थोड़े इंटीमेट इमेजेस या फिर जो उन्होंने किसी को ट्रस्ट करके शेयर करा हो, ऐसे कुछ इमेजेस, ऐसे कुछ फोटोज वीडियोस लेके वो लोग बहुत गंदी बातें उस ग्रुप में करने लगे। तो यहाँ पे जो लड़की थी वही बता रहे थे कि अगर अपने खुल के किसी को ऐसे इमेजेस, इंटीमेट इमेजेस शेयर करो तो भी प्रॉब्लम है, पूरा ढक के कपड़े पहनो तो भी उनको प्रॉब्लम है कि इतने ढक के घूंघट क्यों कर रहे हो, बुर्का क्यों पहन रहे हो, तब भी प्रॉब्लम है। चेहरा लेके मतलब पेरेंट्स, टीचर्स, ये जो पेट्रियार्की के सारे रखवाले हैं, हर एक लेवल पे बॉडी को एकदम इतना गौर से वो लोग देखते हैं और एकदम से ऐसे एनालाइज करते हैं। वो वही चीज़ें डिजिटल दुनिया में भी, सोशल मीडिया वगैरह पर भी देखने को मिलता है।
So, can we talk about the Delhi boys locker room case for a second? So, some of you mentioned you've heard of it before. So, what have you heard about it? What did you think about it? It would be great if you could share. Anything? Yeah.
One thing that surprised me about this case was these are young boys. These are teenage boys. And this is also, we think that in India, since a lot of metropolitan cities, we think that men are starting to grow up, men are maybe becoming more emotionally mature, and they are being more empathetic towards women's issues. But that's actually not the case. You see a lot of current generation and the next generation growing up with these norms, and it's becoming normal. And we still see, like I remember discussing this case with my parents, and we still see a sense of victim shame. They should not have shared, they should not have trusted. But we don't understand that anything like sharing photos, wearing certain clothes is also a form of self-expression. That is important for any individual, be it of any gender. So, I mean, that we don't respect.
Yeah. That the generational idea of gender norms or what who is expected to behave how still is getting passed on. It doesn't really matter. And like she mentioned, it doesn't matter how educated you are, you're literate at you're not educated. You still follow things without questioning them, that's one. And two, sometimes we catch ourselves even thinking that as women. At least I know in a lot of situations that why did she have to share? But then I would correct myself saying, yeah, it's okay, she shared it for a reason. They didn't have to go ahead, out that or talk about it that way. It could have been better. So, irrespective of who it is, those thoughts still are somewhere in our systems. And it's a lot of work to get it out. Which is unlearning and relearning.
तो ये बता रहे हैं कि जेनरेशनली जो नॉर्म्स चलते आ रहे हैं वही मतलब पास ऑन भी होते हैं, इवन टीनेज यंग लोग भी वैसे ही अर्बन शहर में ऐसे हुआ, तो अर्बन जगह या फिर ऐसा नहीं है कि बस गाँव में होता है, अर्बन एकदम सिटीज़ में भी यही मेंटालिटी है, यही नियम चलते रहते हैं जेंडर से जुड़े हुए। और अर्बन होने का मतलब ये नहीं कि मतलब जेंडर इक्वल हो गई है सोसाइटी। बाकियों से भी सुनेंगे, आप लोगों के भी एक्सपीरियंसेस होंगे फ़ोन और जेंडर के नियम को लेके, तो प्लीज़ फ्रीली शेयर करें।
And if not this case, I also want to know, in the video, she said this one time, she said, it's their body, they can do what they want, right, in this context. What do all of you feel about that? Like, do you feel like you resonate with that? It's my body, I can do what I want. Is that, do you feel that when you're like, you know, putting on your clothes to go out in the morning and you're dressing up and you want to put on makeup, you don't want to put on makeup, whatever it is you want to do. Do you feel that, or do you feel it? Tell us something about that. You Hindi में बात कर सकते हैं. Okay, ठीक है.
मैडम माइक और
Actually, we are college students. Morning when we are getting ready for the college, we think of applying creams or something. At the time, I will feel that why should I apply? It's my face, my wish. And many of the things like wearing clothes, etc.
I think that's a very common experience, especially for women. We really think about how we are going to be perceived when we're putting our bodies not only online but also in the physical world. Because all of these rules that we're seeing now, where women are being shamed for sending certain images, they are also being shamed for dressing a certain way in real life. So it's not like the digital exists separately. So it feels like a universal experience that a lot of people tend to go through. Any other examples? Like, have any of you also like faced some sort of, doubts in your head when you're sending a certain image or you're putting up something online that is of yourself? Anything like that any of you would like to share?
मैं ज़रा ट्रांसलेट कर देती हूँ। तो जैसे हम काफ़ी टाइम कुछ अपने पसंद के कपड़े पहन के निकलने से पहले हम सोचते हैं, राइट, वो लोग क्या कहेंगे, क्या ये प्रॉपर है, क्या ये ड्रेस ये एरिया के लिए प्रॉपर है, क्या ये ड्रेस ये ओकेजन के लिए प्रॉपर है ना। काफ़ी लड़कियों से हम मिलते हैं जो घर से दुपट्टा लेके निकलते हैं, फिर गाड़ी में या फिर कैब में वो निकाल देते हैं या फिर चेंज कर लेते हैं, राइट। तो ऐसी चीज़ें ऑनलाइन दुनिया में फ़ोटो डालते वक्त भी हम सोचते हैं, अरे कौन कौन ये फ़ोटो देखने वाला है, क्या ये उनके आँखों के लिए प्रॉपर है। तो लोगों के आँखों के हिसाब से हम अपना शरीर, अपना पहनावा, ये सारी चीज़ें को नेगोशिएट करते हुए, ऐसे एडजस्ट करते हुए चलते हैं। तो आफ्रा पूछ रही है कि क्या आपके ऐसे कोई एक्सपीरियंस है जब आपने ऑनलाइन कुछ डालते हुए या कुछ दर्शाते हुए सोचा हो दो बार कि लोग क्या कहेंगे?
বিশেষ করে আমি এখন পর্যন্ত অনলাইনে কিছু দিতে পারি না, কারণ দেওয়ার আগে আমাকে বারবার ভাবতে হয় যে আমার গ্রামের আত্মীয় স্বজন কিংবা আশেপাশে কিংবা অনলাইনে কেউ দেখে হয়তো আমাকে বলবে এটাই। বাড়ি থেকে বেরোনোর সময় সেটাই হয়, যখন আমি যে কোনো পোশাক পরি, পোশাক পরে আগে আয়নার সামনে দাঁড়াতে সেটা পরে বেরোনো যাবে কিনা, ঠিক না। ভেতরে যদিও একটা থাকে যে হয়তো একটু আজকে অন্যরকমভাবে বেরোবো, কিন্তু হয়তো একদম গ্রামে বাস করি তো সেটা হয়ে ওঠে না। এবং মনে হয় যে আমরা এটা ভাবতে যেন নিজেদের স্বপ্নগুলোকে চেপে রেখে এই।
तो ये कह रहे हैं जैसे ये घर से निकलते हो 2 बार आईने में देखती है खुद को कि उन्होंने क्या पहना है, क्या ये प्रॉपर है। ऑनलाइन डालते हुए भी सोचती है और काफ़ी टाइम हम वो ड्रेस नहीं पहनते हैं, राइट, चलो जाने दो, कौन इतना सोचेगा। और वैसे ही सेम तरीके से हम ऑनलाइन भी पोस्ट वगैरह नहीं कर पाते हैं खुद के, और हमारा जो एक्सप्रेशन है, हमारी जो आज़ादी है, वो कहीं ना कहीं दबी रह जाती है। तो ये फिजिकल, डिजिटल, ऑफलाइन, ऑनलाइन का ये जो कनेक्शन है, हमारी ऑनलाइन ज़िंदगी वैक्यूम में या सेपरेट नहीं रहती। जो नियम नॉन डिजिटल जगहों पे, ऑफलाइन जगहों पे देखने को मिलती है, वही चीज़ें हमारी एक्सपीरियंस को शेप करती है डिजिटल स्पेस पर। ডিজিটাল দুনিয়ায় বা সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া ব্যবহার করেছো? সেখানে কি কখনো ছবি পোস্ট করতে তার আগে কি ভেবে ছবি পারে? तो ये बता रहे हैं जो अलग अलग पेट्रियार्की के जो मतलब ऐसे रखवाले होते हैं, घर से बाहर निकलते वक्त गांव में कम्युनिटी होती है, या फिर सोशल मीडिया पर पोस्ट करते हुए फैमिली होती है, तो ये लोग बाधा क्रिएट करते हैं कुछ भी एक्सप्रेस करने से।
So, this is another example that came up during one of our workshops. Basically, we were talking about the same thing, bodily integrity, and we were discussing how different bodies are perceived very differently online. So here you see two images. On the left is a man who was a dancer. I think he's still like he's a dancer. He puts up his videos on social media, and he has a huge following, and he has a lot of appreciation, and people really look up to him and all. On the right, we see a girl who does the same thing that this man does, but the reaction that she is met with is very, very different. The way that they see this man with is with appreciation for his craft and all of that, but with the woman, it's more like there's this idea of chapri content, or like they look at the kind of clothes that she wears in a certain way, and they perceive her differently because of the clothes that she wears. In the case of the man, the clothes were never thought of as anything to be considered.
तो जो लेफ्ट में जो लड़का है, ये डांसर है जो स्ट्रीट में डांस करता है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, और ऐसे रील्स बनाता है और काफ़ी अच्छा डांस करता है और ऑनलाइन डालता है। जो राइट में लड़की है, ये कोलकाता की है। दुर्गा पूजा के टाइम पे उन्होंने बहुत सारे ऐसे रील्स बनाए बॉलीवुड में डांस करते हुए, पंडालों में वगैरह, पब्लिक प्लेस में दोनों डांस करते हैं। लेकिन जो लड़के के वीडियो में कमेंट्स आते हैं वो है कि वाह क्या अच्छा नाच रहा है, स्ट्रीट डांसर को सपोर्ट करो, क्या टैलेंटेड है ना। और जो इसके कमेंट्स आते हैं, देखो कैसे गंदे कपड़े पहने हैं, पब्लिक प्लेस में न्यूसेंस क्रिएट कर रही है, ऐसी चीज़ें। और अगर ये लड़की के वीडियोस आप देखेंगे, आप देख पाओगे लोग उसको किस तरह से देख रहे हैं, और लड़के के लिए गेज बिल्कुल अलग है, एकदम ऐसे अप्रिशिएट करते हुए उसको पैसे देते हैं वगैरह। लेकिन इसको इसके कपड़ों में से बॉडी पे ऐसे नज़र डालते हैं, कमेंट्स पर भी उसके बॉडी के ऊपर कमेंट करते हैं। लड़के ने क्या पहना, कैसे डांस करे, उसके बॉडी के बारे में कोई नहीं बात करे। तो दोनों सेम चीज़ कर रहे हैं, पब्लिक प्लेस में नाच रहे हैं, दोनों अच्छे डांसर हैं, लेकिन ये डिफरेंस है समाज कैसे देखता है।
This is another example also that we wanted to talk about. So, Rishi is a non-binary trans person, and they wanted to get gender-affirming care. So for that, they put out a call online where they said, listen, this is a link, please go donate and help me get this care that I need. So, I can really live my life the way that I want to live my life, with the body that I want. And this harmless post that was just a call for action was met with really aggressive comments so we just wanted to talk about this a little bit. So I think it's just the fact that this person's identity was different from what we generally see on social media. And because of that, they were targeted for something that was completely harmless. Have you encountered similar instances like this of people who are queer, people who present as queer, going into online spaces and presenting themselves as queer, and being met with a very visceral, strong reaction that feels almost unconnected to what they're actually talking about? Have any of you seen other queer influencers or seen any other situation like this happening in your circles?
तो मैं ज़रा समराइज करने के लिए ये री है, ये मेरे फ्रेंड है, इन्होंने अपने ये एक नॉन बाइनरी ट्रांस पर्सन है जो कि जेंडर अफर्मिंग जो केयर होता है, जो जेंडर अफर्मिंग जो सर्जरीज होते हैं या फिर कुछ भी मेडिकल या फिर कुछ भी जेंडर अफर्मिंग रिलेटेड थेरेपी होती है, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें जो एक क्वेयर ट्रांस पर्सन के लिए बहुत आवश्यक, बहुत मतलब नेसेसिटी है, उनके लिए उन्होंने डोनेशंस रेज करने के लिए एक पोस्ट डाला और उसके बाद में ये कमेंट आप देख सकते हैं। तो हम ऐसे सोच सकते हैं कि एक ऐसा नहीं है कि जो मर्द होते हैं, जो स्ट्रेट हेट्रोसेक्सुअल जो मर्द होते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि उनको प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं होती, लेकिन हम ये देख सकते हैं कि अगर एक आदमी जो स्ट्रेट है, हेट्रोसेक्सुअल है, उसको अगर 10 प्रॉब्लम आते हैं तो शायद एक महिला को 50 आए और एक क्वेयर ट्रांस व्यक्ति को 100 आए। तो ऐसे हम आइडेंटिटी या परिचय से जुड़े हुए, जेंडर से जुड़े हुए ये जो बाधाएं हैं, जो नियमें हैं, ये हमें इम्पैक्ट करती है। तो ऐसे आपने कुछ एक्सपीरियंस आपने देखा हो कि कोई क्वेयर या ट्रांस इंसान को ऑनलाइन उनके एक्सप्रेशन या उनके बॉडी या उनके ओपिनियंस पे कुछ कहा जा रहा है जो कि ठीक नहीं है, या फिर उनको जेंडर या सेक्सुअलिटी को टारगेट करते हुए कुछ बोला जा रहा है?
सॉरी, मेरे पास इस बात दो चीज़ें, तो लाइक जैसे आप पहले बोल रहे थे उसके ऊपर जो वर्ड बॉडीज आर एक्सेप्टेबल पे मैं एक ऑब्जर्वेशन लिख रही थी कि वैसे ही अभी ट्रेंड शुरू हुआ है विच इज़ कॉल्ड पापा की परेड, एंड उस पर लोग वीडियो लगाते हैं कि लड़कियों का एक्सीडेंट हो रहा है, एंड उसका एक्सीडेंट क्यों हो रहा है क्योंकि वो पापा की पड़ी है, स्कूटी खराब होगी नहीं मिल जाएगी। तो एक उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मेरे को ये बोलना था, इसमें आई थिंक मेरे साथ थोड़ा खुद पर्सनली होता है क्योंकि मैं नेल पेंट लगाती हूँ, अंगूठी पहनती हूँ, कभी कभी मैं नोज पेन पहनती हूँ, तो उसमें मेरे को थोड़ा डर लगता है कि दोस्त बोलेंगे कि बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हो, मगर उसमें थोड़ा डर भी होता है कि कोई कुछ सुना देगा, मगर उससे ज़्यादा एक बड़ा डर होता है कि ये फ़ोटो अगर किसी और ने देख ली, पापा के दोस्तों ने देख ली, तब क्या होगा, तो उससे कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या होंगे, उसको ध्यान में रख के ये बहुत बातचीत करना पड़ता है और पोस्ट डालना पड़ता है।
तो ऑनलाइन दुनिया में भी हम ऐसे बाइनरी में सोचते हैं।
मैंने नोटिस किया गाँव में जैसा होता है, कुछ लड़के होते हैं जो उसके बिहेवियर लेडीज के जैसे हम होते हैं, तो उसके गाँव के लोग सिखाते हैं या लड़के सिखाते हैं, तो नेगेटिव बातें करते हैं उसके बारे में, वो लड़के होके भी लेडीज की तरह बिहेवियर कर रहे हैं, इसलिए उसको बहुत सिखाया जाता है और मेंटली वो एकदम खराब हो जाता है। वो एक प्रॉब्लम है, हर जगह मैंने देखा है।
और जैसे हमारी जिंदगी में हम देखते हैं ना, लोगों का ये सोच रहता है कि 2 ही जेंडर है, आदमी औरत, उसके बीच के सारे एक्सप्रेशन इनवैलिड है, उनको हैरेस करो, उनको एकदम अनदेखा कर दो, वही चीज़ें जो सिद्धांत भी बोल रहे थे, ऑनलाइन भी मतलब नेल पेंट क्यों लगाना, मेकअप क्यों करना, या फिर उन चीज़ों के बारे में हम डालने से पहले भी 2-3 बार सोचते हैं, क्योंकि लोगों की थिंकिंग जो है 2 बाइनरीज में है, बीच का जो ये बड़ा सा स्पेक्ट्रम है वो एकदम इनवैलिड देखा जाता है।
And then, as a consequence of this, as these kind of aggressions exist in our both offline as well as online worlds, people find it difficult to feel belonging in these spaces, when really these spaces were supposed to be claimed by all people. But because of the way that they've been treated, it's difficult for you to feel as much a part of it as everybody else. So, I think we've spoken about some of these things, but maybe we can just touch upon a few more. I think the broader question we want to think about is, how do we imagine a world in which women, queer, and trans persons own their digital bodies? So if we talk about the examples that we have seen so far, so the Delhi boys locker room case, the comparison between the two dancers and how their bodies were perceived differently online, and the third is the non-binary trans person who put out a call for donations. In these three situations, like, how can we create spaces where people feel safe enough to do the things that these people were doing in online spaces? How do we think of a world with maybe safeguards? Maybe that's an example that we can try to explore. What do we need to make people feel safe in these spaces?
तो लड़कियां, महिलाएं, क्यूअर, ट्रांस लोग कैसे अपने बॉडी को लेके सेफ फील कर सकते हैं ऑनलाइन? कैसे खुशी महसूस कर सकते हैं, आज़ादी महसूस कर सकते हैं अपने बॉडी को लेके ऑनलाइन दुनिया में? क्या लगता है आपको? हम सबसे ज़रा सुनेंगे। हमें वो क्या एक चीज़ चाहिए जो इस चीज़ को इनेबल करेगा कि लोग सुरक्षित या सेफ, खुश महसूस करें, कॉन्फिडेंट महसूस करें अपने बॉडी को लेके डिजिटल दुनिया में? क्या चीज़ों की ज़रूरत है उस तक पहुँचने की? जैसे आपने शेयर किया कि घर से निकलने से पहले जैसे आईने में दिखते हैं, वैसे फोटो पोस्ट करने से पहले भी आप सोचते हैं। तो आपके दिमाग में क्या है कि काश ऐसा नहीं होता? तो मतलब वो क्या चीज़ है जिसकी हमें ज़रूरत है ताकि हम आज़ादी के साथ जी पाए ऑनलाइन दुनिया में?
एक्चुअली समाजेर पद्धतिते মানে এরকম করা যায়। যেহেতু আমরা গ্রামে বাস করি, তো যার কারণে আমরা সেই রকম মানে বেরোনোর টাইমে আমি হয়তো বাড়িতেও যদি ম্যানেজ করতে পারি, কিন্তু আত্মীয় স্বজন কিংবা পাড়া প্রতিবেশী যখন দেখবে তখন বাবা মাকে বলবে, সেখান থেকে আরও কাউকে বলবে, এই করে করে একটা অনেক অশান্তির সৃষ্টি হয়। যার কারণে আমরা এরকমভাবে করতে পারি না। এইভাবে করতে করতে একই রকমভাবে আমাদের গ্রামের মেয়েরা এরকমভাবে নিজেদেরকে করে, তার মধ্যে কিছু কিছু আছে যারা হয়তো আত্মীয় স্বজন এইসবের কথা না ভেবেও তারা চেষ্টা করেন, কিন্তু তারা চেষ্টা করতে গিয়ে কী হয়, মানে সমাজের কাছে অতিরিক্ত খারাপ হয়ে যায়। এই ভেবে আমাদেরকে একটু চলাফেরা করতে হবে।
तो ये बात कर रहे हैं अलग अलग टाइप के नेगोशिएशन के, मतलब बस अपने फैमिली नहीं, बड़ा जो समाज है, फैमिली अगर आपका कभी साइड लेता है और अगर आपके ये एक्सप्रेशन को वो लोग डिफेंड करते हैं तो समाज उनको बुरा बोलते हैं। तो ये जो नेगोशिएशंस है, अलग अलग गेट कीपर्स है, उन सब से नेगोशिएट करने का ज़रूरत पड़ता है ताकि हम आज़ादी के साथ ऑनलाइन व्यवहार कर पाएँ। थैंक्स ये शेयर।
So the next thing we want to talk about today is expression. So the ways in which we express ourselves and how we self-censor ourselves because of the way that we are perceived online. So there's like a very clear binary between good women and bad women. And this is something that almost without me even explaining what I mean, you probably already know what I mean. Like, we have certain ideas of what good women do and what bad women do. And we'll just look into that a little bit.
अच्छी लड़की, बुरी लड़की, मतलब अच्छा या मतलब ये क्या है? मतलब ये तो मतलब कुछ भी है, मतलब अलग अलग लोगों के हिसाब से अलग अलग क्राइटेरिया है बुरी लड़की होने का। कोई कुछ लोगों के लिए फ़ोन पे बात करना है बुरी लड़की, फ़ोन पे बात करेगी, लड़के से मिलेगी, शादी करेगी, भाग जाएगी, बुरी लड़की होगी। थोड़े और मतलब जिसको प्रोग्रेसिव हाउस होल्ड्स कहते हैं, फ़ोन पे बात तो कर सकती है लेकिन शायद कुछ कंटेंट उनको देखना अलाउड नहीं है, है ना? या फिर कुछ लोगों के लिए मतलब सोशल मीडिया किस तरह से इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं कि अनजानों से बात कर रही है क्या, रात को फ़ोन पे बात कर रही है क्या, तो ये सारी बुरी लड़की के कैटेगरीज मतलब अनलिमिटेड।
So, how many of you have seen this poster before? this ideal boy. Yeah?
आदर्श बालक है.
Yeah. So this is a very classic image of like what an ideal boy does. Gets up early in the morning, brushes his teeth, goes to school and reads attentively. And these are all like very specific actions that you have to do to be labeled a good boy. So now we were wondering, have you seen a similar thing for women? Because realistically, as we're living our lives, we know that there are rules to the ways that we live our lives. We know that there are certain things we need to do to be good and certain things we need to do, not need to do, but if we do, we are deemed bad. So this poster was created by students of Shrishti College in 2015, and they made it as a joke basically, but they had multiple images that they put up, and they just tried to make a spoof out of the ideal boy like imagery. And they said a bad girl pouts, a bad girl eats too much, a bad girl watches pornography, can't make round rotis. So these are all things that these are like mental rules that have been created in all of our minds in some way or the other. That if you do certain things you're good and you do some things you're bad.
तो ये सारे बैड गर्ल के क्राइटेरिया है जो एक्चुअली हमें सुनने को मिल रही है. फास्ट फूड वाला ईट्स टू मच ज़्यादा खाती है. किसी ने तो कोई मिनिस्टर या किसी ने तो कहा था कि चाउमीन खाने की वजह से लड़कियां मोलेस्ट हो रही है, रेप हो रही है, मतलब कुछ भी है. या फिर स्कूटी चलाने से बुरी लड़की है, लड़कियों को व्हीकल नहीं दिया जाएगा, है ना. तो ये सारी चीज़ें डिजिटल में भी दिखाई देता है कि कैसे तस्वीर अलाउड है, कैसे तस्वीर पोस्ट करना अलाउड नहीं है. हमारे ऑफलाइन दुनिया में बोला जाता है कि जोर से बात करना, जोर से हंसना या फिर इस तरीके से बैठना, पैर फैला के बैठना नॉट अलाउड. उसी तरीके से ऑनलाइन में तो बातचीत करने का शायद वॉल्यूम ना हो, बट ये चीज़ें बोल सकते हो, ये चीज़ें बोल नहीं सकते, ऐसे तस्वीर दे सकते हो, नहीं दे सकते.
Yeah. So the same like rules that we saw for the bad girl. Can we think of a few rules that we also have in online spaces? So for example, with the bad girl, it said something along the lines of eats too much, and then there was also an eats too little. So there's a clear like line. You have to eat this exact amount, otherwise you are bad. So like, have we seen other rules like this that exist in online spaces? And like, can we speak about like the gender aspect of it, like how that impacts people of specific genders? Like for example, like if we go back to the example of sharing nudes online, I have seen in a lot of my circles that like men feel very comfortable with sharing shirtless pictures. They're very comfortable with that. Not that isn't met with its own backlash. There's probably some people who are met with certain kind of criticism, but compared to what women have. Like the kind of mental obstacles that you have to cross to be able to share an image like that. That in itself is the fear of being perceived as a bad girl. The fear of being perceived as a certain type of woman.
तो बेसिकली ऑनलाइन दुनिया हम पूछना चाहते हैं कि ऑनलाइन दुनिया में बुरी लड़की के क्या परसेप्शंस हैं, क्या आपने देखा है? कैसी चीज़ों को बुरी लड़की माना जाता है ऑनलाइन?
Like women who post too much, women who post a lot of their own, like if women post a lot of selfies, then they're considered vain. But is the same applicable for people of other genders? When you go through your own social media, what are certain thoughts that come to your head? If you see a woman who's posting like every single day she's posting a story that's a selfie of herself, what would you think of that? Like, what is your perception?
चाय कॉफी नहीं पिया है? ठीक है, तो हम ये जरा सोचेंगे और शायद थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा हमें एब्जॉर्ब करने में, राइट? तो ये जो अच्छे बुरे की बाइनरी होती है डिजिटल दुनिया में भी देखते हैं, तो ये बस एक थॉट हमें इंट्रोड्यूस करना था, और उसके बारे में हम जब इस्तेमाल करते हैं डिजिटल स्पेस और आगे इसके बारे में सोच सकते हैं. हमारा लास्ट एक मर्जी। और ये दो चीज़ें कैसे देखी जाती है? हमें अक्सर बोला जाता है कि प्राइवेसी तुम्हारी ड्यूटी है, कि तुम कुछ चीज़ें तुम्हें प्राइवेट रखनी ही है। कुछ फोटोज़ अब बस अपने फ्रेंड्स को दिखाना अलाउड है, पब्लिक अपने फोटोज़ मत रखो। तो एक ड्यूटी की तरह ये लड़कियों पे, महिला पे, या ट्रांस व्यक्तियों पे इम्पोज किया जाता है प्राइवेसी, और उसमें कंसेंट को बिल्कुल अनदेखा किया जाता है, मर्जी को बिल्कुल अनदेखा कर दिया जाता है कि मेरी क्या मर्जी है, क्या मेरी मर्जी है कि मैं पब्लिक सब कुछ रखूँ? तो वहाँ मेरी मर्जी मायने नहीं रखती। तो एक ऐसा हमारे पास एक स्टोरी आई थी लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे। तो एक महिला थी जो लेस्बियन थी। लेस्बियन पता है सबको? महिला जो शायद दूसरे महिला को पसंद करते हो, राइट? ये एक सेक्सुअलिटी, क्वेयर सेक्सुअलिटी है। तो एक लेस्बियन महिला थी, वो अपने जो माँ बाप है उनके घर से दूर एक दूसरे शहर में रहती थी, काम जॉब करती थी। तो जब लॉकडाउन हो गया, वो अपने माँ बाप के घर पे उनको वापस आना पड़ा, क्योंकि मतलब कोविड चल रहा था। तो उनके फ़ोन एक दिन अनलॉक था, तो उनके माँ बाप ने उनके फ़ोन पे मैसेजेस पढ़ के ये पता कर लिया कि एक दूसरे महिला के साथ वो एक रिलेशनशिप में, एक रिश्ते में। उनका फ़ोन ले लिया, उनको घर पे बंद कर दिया। उनके मम्मी पापा को पहले पता नहीं था कि उनको लेस्बियन है, तो उनको वो पता चल गया। और एक फ़ोन से शुरू हुई, एक मैसेज से शुरू हुई ये जो हैरासमेंट, उनकी पूरी ज़िंदगी पे, उनके रिलेशनशिप पे, उनके बाहर जाने के आज़ादी पे, सब जगह पे ये एक बहुत बड़ी एक हैरासमेंट और बहुत बड़ी एक बाधा बन गई। तो ये जो प्राइवेसी का उल्लंघन हुआ, उनका फ़ोन खोल के उनके मैसेजेस पढ़े गए, जहाँ प्राइवेसी को उनका अधिकार माना नहीं गया, और घर वालों को लगा कि इसका फ़ोन पे उसका मतलब प्राइवेसी लगाने का कोई हक नहीं है, हम उसका मैसेज पढ़ सकते हैं। तो डिजिटल प्राइवेसी से शुरू हुई ये बात, उनकी असली मतलब ऑफलाइन एक्चुअल ज़िंदगी पे इसका इतना बड़ा प्रभाव हो सकता है। या फिर काफ़ी टाइम हम बच्चों से बात करते हैं, एडोलेसेंट से बात करते हैं, लड़कियों से, लड़कों से, तो बोलते हैं कि घर पे अगर शेयर्ड फ़ोन है, मम्मी के फ़ोन लेके हम गेम वगैरह खेलते हैं, क्योंकि मम्मी के फ़ोन पे पासवर्ड नहीं होता। मम्मी को पासवर्ड लगाने की क्या ज़रूरत है? मम्मी का अपना फ़ोन मतलब क्या? मम्मी का फ़ोन घर में पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन पापा के फ़ोन में पूरा प्रॉपर पासवर्ड लगाया हुआ, प्राइवेट, उनका अपना फ़ोन, जो किसी भी टाइम पे आप लेके गेम नहीं खेल सकते, अलग अलग बकवास ऐप्स नहीं डाउनलोड करने देते हैं पापा अपने फ़ोन में, लेकिन मम्मी का ये पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी। तो ये प्राइवेसी को लेके कोई कुछ शेयर करना चाहेगा? कोई कहानी है जहाँ पे ये आपकी अपनी डिजिटल पहचान, आपकी अपनी डिजिटल एक्टिविटी, या फिर आपका अपना फ़ोन, उसको अपना नहीं माना गया, उसको शेयर करने को बोला गया, या फिर आपने ऐसा सुना हो?
What's the question? It's not coming out clearly. आपका क्वेश्चन बराबर नहीं आ रहा है. You're not getting the crux of the matter.
अच्छा, मेरा क्वेश्चन समझ में नहीं आया किसी को?
It's become too गोलमोल हो गया.
क्या क्वेश्चन समझ आया नहीं आया? तो मैं फिर से बताती हूँ।
मुझे तो नहीं आया.
Okay, I can repeat it for you.
Yeah, please do that.
So basically, we are talking about digital privacy, where we are talking about the gender norms or the gender rules around it, where, for example, women are expected to share their phones or their devices, with the family, and often the same things don't reflect in the same way for men.
Is there a regional bias in this thinking of yours? I don't think it's true in the South or in the West.
Could you be louder?
Is there a regional bias in your thinking of this particular topic?
Regional bias?
Yes, because I have seen this happening more in the North, not in the South and the West. Everybody's, in fact, of course, because of the आजकल जो है banking का password, everything that is got integrated into your phone, there will be always one phone which will be almost for all the children, per se. इसमें आपके जो है critical information नहीं रहती है. Otherwise, mother या father, whatever it is, नहीं के सारे घर में जो है extra phone बच्चों के लिए रखते हैं. Unless, of course, we're talking about different segments and different regions. वहाँ पे behavior different है. Bring in that thinking also inside questions.
I think हमारे यहाँ पे अलग
रीजन है और क्लासेस भी है.
अलग अलग रीजन, कास्ट, क्लास, रिलीजन वगैरह वगैरह लोकेशंस के लोग हैं, राइट. अलग अलग जेंडर्स के भी लोग हैं. तो पेट्रियार्की ऐसा नहीं है कि एक रीजन में पेट्रियार्की होता है, एक रीजन पे जेंडर नॉर्म होता है, दूसरे जगह पे ना हो. शायद वो हमारे अलग क्लास लोकेशन, कास्ट लोकेशन से शायद वो डायनामिक्स चेंज हो, लेकिन पेट्रियार्की है. वो आपके रीजन या आप कहाँ, मतलब नॉर्थ में रहते हैं, साउथ में रहते हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में रहते हैं, उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि ये बड़ा सोसाइटी के ये जेंडर नॉर्म्स है. हाँ, हमारे जो अलग आइडेंटिटीज होते हैं, क्लास, कास्ट, रिलीजन, उससे जुड़े हुए ये डायनामिक्स चेंज हो सकते हैं, लेकिन शायद ये जो पूरे पेट्रियार्कल समाज में हम रहते हैं वो चेंज ना हो. और वही चीज़ें हम 25 साल से पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू काम कर रहा है विमेन, जेंडर, सेक्सुअल माइनॉरिटीज़ के साथ, सेक्स वर्कर्स के साथ. और ये 25 साल से हमारे जो लर्निंग है, जो नॉलेज है, ये यही कहती है कि ये चेंज होती है पावर डायनामिक्स अलग अलग आइडेंटिटीज से जुड़े हुए, लेकिन पेट्रियार्कल ये जो नॉर्म्स है ये डिजिटल, फिजिकल दोनों जगह पे रहती है और कुछ लोगों पे ज़्यादा इनका असर होता है, जैसे हम शेयर भी कर रहे हैं. तो हम अभी एंड तक पहुंच गए. मैं एक आपको अंत करने से पहले इसका एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट दिखाती हूँ. तो ये जो पूरा हमारा हैकिंग डिजिटल जेंडर नॉर्म्स है, ये एक हमारा पब्लिकेशन है जो हमारे वेबसाइट पे आप एक्सेस कर सकते हो. और ये जो सारी चीज़ें हमने बात की, एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था कॉल्ड इमेजिन अ फेमिनिस्ट इंटरनेट. एक नारीवादी इंटरनेट को कैसे हम इमेजिन कर सकते हैं, उसको लेके 2019 में श्रीलंका में. तब अलग अलग रीजन से, अलग अलग कंट्रीज से, अलग अलग सोसाइटल लोकेशंस एंड लैंडस्केप से बहुत सारे एक्टिविस्ट, बहुत सारे प्रैक्टिशनर्स जो कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ एकदम इंटीमेटली काम करते हैं, वो आए और उन्होंने बताया कि पूरे साउथ एशिया में, जहाँ पे देयर आर लाइक सो मेनी डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ रीजन्स एंड व्हाट नॉट, ये सारे जेंडर नॉर्म्स हैं जो लेफ्ट वाले कॉलम्स में आप देख रहे हैं डिजिटली. और फिर उन्होंने अनपैक करने की कोशिश की कि अगर हमें कंसेंट तक पहुँचना है, या ऑटोनॉमी या एजेंसी, ये सारी चीज़ों जो राइट वाले में पहुँचना है, तो हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, हम कैसे एक आज़ाद और फ्री डिजिटल दुनिया, जेंडर इक्वल डिजिटल दुनिया इमेजिन कर सकते हैं. तो हम चाहते हैं कि आप वो ज़रूर पब्लिकेशन एक्सेस करें और पढ़ें. एंड वो डिजिटली अभी फिजिकल कॉपीज नहीं है हमारे पास. एंड हम ज़रूर आपसे सुनना चाहेंगे कि व्हाट यू थिंक अबाउट द पब्लिकेशन एंड योर थिंग्स. तो आई थिंक हमारा समय समाप्त हो गया. आई होप ये हेल्पफुल रहा होगा. एंड कोई और अगर हम हैं अभी आज हम वर्कशॉप में हैं, एंड कुछ और अगर बातें करनी है, लंच में भी मिलना है, तो हम कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. और इसे
Thank you so much, Arfa and Prati, for the session, and all the participants who shared their own experiences and insights to the subject. I think this is something we can all relate to. And now we'll be taking a short break. Please have some tea. It's been set up outside. And meanwhile, you can also explore our expos at the 10th floor and outside 5th floor. And then we'll meet again at 12 p.m. for our next session. That is Mission Alignment, Women as Leading Digital Transformation Engines. So see you at 12. Thank you so much.
चार्ज कर लेना, मैं वही दूंगा. क्या है क्या, चाय पीते हैं.
एक रिपोर्ट लॉन्च होगी, ठीक है? तो we'll begin with the panel discussion first. So we have three panelists, three speakers with us today. So I'll begin with Indrila ji. जैसे हमने बताया कि there is a report launched today and which is published by CDPP. तो जो रिपोर्ट है उसकी ऑथर इंद्रिला जी हैं. तो सबसे पहले हम उन्हीं से क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे जो रिपोर्ट लॉन्च हुई है मिशन ड्रिफ्ट, मिशन अलाइनमेंट के ऊपर. उसके लिए उसकी जो रिसर्च रिपोर्ट, जो स्टडी एनालिसिस आया है, उस पर वो कुछ थॉट्स अपने शेयर करें. मैम, कैन यू प्लीज शेयर द रिपोर्ट एनालिसिस in this participant list?
I hope I'm audible. So I'll speak in English and maybe you can translate it in English. So I'm Indrila Chatterjee. I work as an assistant professor at IMT, and this report was a result of my dissertation for the PhD I'm doing from Indian School of Business, and it is co-authored with Professor E.J. Joradha, who's my dissertation chair. So when Professor Amirullah introduced me to Osama, and I went to TEF and met them and to study the context, my first reaction was, wow, this is such a nice way of, enabling women and reduce the gender parity. And then I started thinking, and it was a very nice quasi-experimental setup, because there were 6 districts, out of which 3 had been picked up for an intervention of increasing more number of women socialpreneurs, and 3 had not been a part of the intervention, which we could treat as our control districts. And of course, there was a new district called Barabanki, where there were only women entrepreneurs. And the thought that came to my mind was that, in a typical Indian household, if you see, at least till my generation, our generation, the men folk take care of the finances. But when it comes to the social needs, like the nurturing, the caring, it is mostly done by women, right? Of course, things are changing, and I'm not getting into that. So this intervention, it led me thinking that, now since we have more women entrepreneurs in some of the districts, does it really have an impact on the social returns? And what do I mean by social returns? So these, I'm sure many of you would be knowing, the socialpreneurs are supposed to enroll their beneficiaries into government programs and then get, money out of those programs, get that disbursed to their consumers or to their beneficiaries. So that I'm considering as the social return. So when we did a difference in difference, that's a typical experimental setup that we tried, we saw that indeed the treatment districts, like essentially Alwar, Guna and Ranchi, where this intervention had been done, they had a significant and positive impact when it came to the social returns. It was like about, on an average, 45 lakhs more. So that much worth more of social benefits the beneficiaries in those districts were actually getting, right? And so we also then did a sub-sample. So we initially, we ran it on the full sample, and that is where it was about 45 lakhs. And then we also kind of removed the data for the first 6 months after the intervention, if you assume that the entrepreneurs were learning at that time. So that the results were even stronger. It was about 71 lakhs. So then that led us to the next question that, we know that mission drift is actually a challenge that many social enterprises are grappling with. And what is mission drift? Mission drift is when the focus on the social returns kind of diffuses for the financial returns or the financial needs. And as we were reading the literature, we saw that, we couldn't find or we couldn't come across any definition or measure of mission drift. So we thought that, since we had this data set, why don't we try to see what is the impact of mission drift? And we created a measure which is like the financial return divided by the total returns. Total returns would be a sum of the social returns and financial returns. What do I mean by financial returns? So these the socialpreneurs, they are also allowed to earn on their own to their entrepreneurial ventures, right? So that is my financial return. So mission drift essentially is like the lesser it is, the better it is. Right? So we saw that when we ran our operations for the mission drift, we saw that in the treatment districts it was significant and negative. So then we were like, we have been presenting our work in different forums, and then we were asked that, the financial returns is not essentially bad. I mean, you need financial returns for your sustainability. You could also have financial returns where a particular entrepreneur could, employ other entrepreneurs who are just focusing on social returns. So that's why we thought that, instead of mission drift, what if we look at what is called as mission alignment. So there the measure changes slightly. So here the numerator becomes my social visual alignment. And when we studied that, there also we saw that that it is significant and positive in the pre-print districts vis-a-vis the control districts. So this in summary is the finding of the report. There are a few other findings, but maybe I can share it later.
Thank you for sharing the insights from report. तो जो मैम अभी बता रहे हैं, हमारे ही डीएफ के रांची, अलवर और गुना के सेंटर्स पर ही वो रिसर्च क्योंकि वहाँ पे जाकर सर्वे किया गया और उसमें से ये फाइंडिंग्स. थैंक यू फॉर giving us student model for the report. So I'll move to the next speaker, Salima ji. She's the researcher economist, and my question to her is regarding what are the implications of the digital exclusion of women for women as individuals and also for the country's economy.
Thank you. What do we mean when we talk about digital divide? When we talk about the gender digital divide, we are talking about the unequal access and use of knowledge, of information, of communication technologies by women as compared to men. And what are the root causes that we can do? The obvious ones are, of course, a lack of access to education, affordability, and what else can we think of? Education, affordability, and a lack of access. But over and above this, what I think is important are the underlying causes systemic in our society. We're talking about inherent biases, we're talking about social cultural norms, we're talking about the inherent patriarchal which basically strengthens that digital divide, which basically excludes women from the digital world. And it's very important, and this has been seen as a significant challenge across the world. It is a deterrent, it is a hurdle for women's empowerment, for women, for gender equality and gender equity, and it's a huge challenge that we really have to face up to and overcome somehow. For women, of course, in real terms, in your daily basis, what does this mean? It impacts employment, it impacts your education, it impacts your use of technology, obviously, and for me, it also impacts health to a certain extent. And I think one major impact and a major challenge I find is that it impacts the social participation of women. When women are not seen as useful contributing members of society, that again is a huge deterrent to them to be included in any participating process, in any decision-making process, which effectively again then basically just pushes them down and excludes them from any other inclusive mechanisms. That's when we talk about women at a general, at an individual level. But when we're looking at the digital divide in terms of country or the national economy, the UN Women's Gender Snapshot report from last year, it came out with this figure that thanks to the digital divide, thanks to women being excluded from the digital world, low and middle income countries have faced an economic loss of $1 trillion to their GDP. That is huge. The report also goes on to say that if proactive measures are not taken in place, then the economic loss will actually increase to $1.5 trillion. That is really significant and huge. What does it mean to us sitting in India? India contributes to 50% of the gender divide, right? So obviously, India, the country, is bearing that 50% of that $1 to $1.5 trillion loss. That is immense for a country like us. How do we overcome this? What do we need to do to ensure that this divide is somehow we need to overcome that? What do we need to do? That is the question that we really need to think about. Given the statistics, looking at the counterfactual, the statistics are really poor. 1/3 of the internet users in India are women. 11% own a mobile phone. I think 40% women are less likely to own a smartphone, and 40% are less likely to use mobile internet services. In today's world, I think it's so important for women to be digitally connected, and that's something that we really need to work for. And the immediate impact of all of this, I mean, of course, yes, on everything else, but I think the crucial impact is on employment itself. We're seeing the female labor workforce participation in India actually decreasing. Right now it stands at 23.5%. that itself shows us how poorly India is doing. But what's worse for me is that in 2000, or more than 2 decades back, the participation rate was 30%. And now it's 23.5%. So we're actually decreasing and we should be increasing. And that's something which is really worrying for us, and we really need to look at innovative ways and ways which are impactful and which help get women back into the movement.
Thank you, Sanmati, for sharing your perception, economist point of view. Moving on, next question, I would like to invite our panelists. Hello, it's fine, it's fine. So, Deepthi Rahulaji, she's CEO of VHub. We'll move on to the next question. और हमारा जो अगला सवाल है वो सौम्या जी से है कि महिलाओं के लिए हम डिजिटल डिवाइड को कैसे देखते हैं, उस पर अगर वो थोड़ा सा विस्तार में हमारे साथ डिस्कस करें.
Speak English other than the अंग्रेजी में. डिजिटल डिवाइड सिर्फ और सिर्फ आदमी और औरत के बीच ही नहीं एग्जिस्ट करता है. इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट मेन एंड वुमेन. ज्योग्राफिकली ऑल्सो, मतलब अर्बन इंडिया और रूरल इंडिया में ये बहुत ज़्यादा एक फर्क जो है आपको नजर आता है. और मैं कई सारे एग्जाम्पल्स दे सकती हूँ. एक्चुअली 2 राज्यों का तो मैं क्लियरली एग्जाम्पल्स दे सकती हूँ. For 18 years, I worked with the government of Andhra and Telangana as the head of the social audit institution. And in June this year, I quit government and I took on an assignment of becoming the director and CEO of Day-2 College, Rajasthan, Tilonia. So the 2 examples that I'm going to give you, जो डिवाइड का 2 मैं आपको उदाहरण दे सकती हूँ. चाहे वो यहाँ रूरल तेलंगाना में हो या वहाँ रूरल राजस्थान में, लड़की के हाथ में फोन देना मतलब उसको खतरे से इंट्रोड्यूस करना. लड़के के हाथ में फोन होगा, स्मार्टफोन अगर पूरे परिवार में एक स्मार्टफोन है तो बेटे के हाथ में दे देंगे, बाप के हाथ में होगा. But the wife or the daughter being given a cell phone is not seen as a mechanism of empowerment. It is seen as बाहर की दुनिया से पता नहीं क्या क्या सीख लेंगे, बिगड़ जाएगी बेटी तो कौन इसका जिम्मेदारी लेगा. अरे आज फोन मांग रही है, कल को ये आजादी मांग लेगी. So today she is asking for a phone, tomorrow she will ask for a freedom, and when she asks for a freedom, then how do you control? So the inherent concept of patriarchy is very important to understand. Digital divide and patriarchy walk hand in hand. लड़का सेल फोन पे चाहे जो भी बदमाशी कर रहे, अरे यार बेटा है क्या फर्क पड़ता है, इससे कौन सा नहीं यार डूबने वाली. लड़की की इज्जत हो गई तो नहीं हो गई. So that control is scary. If today the Rajasthan government is thinking in terms of giving 1.4 crore mobile phones into the hands of young women and into the hands of say widows or pensioners or whoever, only women. It's a women-driven program. It is because they are recognized. I mean, हम सब बात कर लेते इतने आसानी से. मैं आपको एक और उदाहरण देती हूँ. मेरे घर में जो मेरे घर को संभालती है, because I work and I travel a lot. Malika, who handles manages my parents and lives with us. One day I asked her, I said, हर चीज के लिए why do you give the phone to your children? Why don't you learn? You're young, you're only in your 30s. I'll teach you. So she said, all the apps are mostly in English. So I don't know how to do. If it was, so I actually yesterday while I was sitting here trying to see if GPay or PhonePe had a Telugu option, because she said I go to the bank because it's easier. मुझे समझ में आता है. मुझे तो 1 साल वो ATM कार्ड यूज करने में लग गया. It took her a year to figure out an ATM card. She said इसमें गलती हो जाए तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, लेकिन वो अपनी दोनों बेटियों को सिखाएंगे. She says my daughters have to be independent. बेटे के हाथ से सेल फोन लेके she gave it to the girls and say कि तुम करो. So my daughters, I mean I can hear conversations in their home.
young daughters, one is in the 7th grade, one is in the 4th grade or 5th grade, they watch YouTube channels, they educate her about politics, they educate her about policies, they educate her about, give her information कि ये वाला scheme है, ऐसे ले सकते हो. Then she comes home and she tells me, she says ये प्रधानमंत्री का कुछ नया निकला है ना, इससे क्या निकला है? नहीं ये हमारे जमीन पर पैसा देते करते हैं. This was a year ago she told me PM किसान के बारे में. ऐसे हाँ दे रहे हैं, तुम्हें कैसे पता? वो बच्चे बता रहे थे, फोन पे देखे फिर मुझे दिखा रहे थे. I think that's fantastic. If she wants to empower her children, but there is a long way to go. And I can say this safely, not just from the concept of working in rural India, but looking at it across the globe. If you see any form of empowerment today also has a significant impact in terms of domestic abuse. Why? Because it is so difficult for a male ego to handle the fact that the woman is brighter or the woman is doing better. You've got, and all of us face this all the time. It's patriarchy, it's gender. If a woman gets a promotion, she would have slept with the boss. If a man gets a promotion, it's because he's worked his ass off. So, I mean that, and everything that you do. So if the odds are already stacked against you in terms of your gender, in terms of patriarchy, in terms of your social setting, in terms of where you fit into society or where you're seen as being adequately, fitting in, and you try to break out of the mold, this is the latest onslaught we have. I don't think groups do enough in terms of digital financial literacy, or in terms of even digital literacy. We have a long way to go. And I'm not saying that there aren't been positive examples. I know at Barefoot College, Northi Bai, who was all her life, she was the first labor who went to court demanding minimum wages back in the 1970s. And in her 60th year, उन्होंने आगे कहा, Northi Bai has never gone to school. But she was fed up of doing activism. She was बहुत हो गया मैंने activism कर लिया, आपने तो कुछ और नया सीखना है. She learned the computer. She learned how to feed it data. She would teach young women, she would say, ये सीख लो, अगला ज़माना इसी का है. She became a sarpanch, and in her own panchayat, she would keep tabs on the gram sevak to see whether he had entered data properly or not. And this is a woman who's never been to school, never had formal education. So there are also those examples. For instance, we train barefoot solar engineers from nothing. They have absolutely no clue. They've never been to school, but pictorially by the end of 3 months, they are able to make a solar lantern, they are able to maintain panels, they are able to, actually create incomes for herself. The last intervention that I want to make, women entrepreneurs पे मेरा एक बहुत बड़ा take है. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think we're very limited in our understanding of what a woman entrepreneur should do. So हम उनको कहेंगे कि आप अचार बेचो, आप तकिया बना के बेचो, आप चद्दर बना के बेचो, आप सिलाई करके बेचो. I'm not undermining it, I'm not looking down upon it. But is this all we are meant to do? क्या केवल मुझे पूरी जिंदगी अचार जो मैं घर पे बनाती थी अब मैं entrepreneurship से हुई? Why can't we think of newer entrepreneurial experiences for women, for them to move into the space that we dominate or urban women dominate? We should give that opportunity to rural women also.
Thank you so much. So moving on to our next panelist. Thank you for joining us. So I would like to know from your experience, from your leadership experience, Deepti ji, how do you see the role of women bringing digital transformation?
Thank you for the question. The role of women in digital transformation, I think women are the agents of transformation because ma'am already spoke about it much in detail, about how, at every aspect there needs to be a change that happens. So, I'll speak only from an entrepreneurial kind of thing because I've met most of, the reason I'm here is because I had an initiative for the government called as Women Entrepreneurs Hub. No, it is not inside T-Hub. It is actually its own office. That is the first thing that I would like to highlight. So when we look at the way, I focus purely on an entrepreneurial lens because that is what I've been working with women on. So to answer, the first thing we do is that a lot of times when we look at entrepreneurship, we feel that, digital skills and all that are an add-on to what the person is already doing. But at VHub, when we started out, the first thing we did is, no business can scale if it is not digital already. So even if you're doing the smallest thing, how can you make sure that you're doing your financial transactions online? How do you actually make sure that you're able to do online payments for your employees? How do you make sure you can create your online catalogs and send it to your customers through your WhatsApp? So all these things are part of our program itself. That is one. The second thing also, I think one of the biggest ways we can make more women as agents of change is by creating more role models. 2 दिन पहले मैं आप सब लोगों से सुन रही थी कि आप लोग चंचल गुड़ा में आप सीख रहे थे कि एक्सेल सीखा आपने, ऑफिस के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। प्रियंका मैडम ना, प्रियंका है ना, प्रियंका मैडम ने आपको इतना सिखाया, सिखाने के बाद आप बहुत ही एक नया दुनिया आपके लिए खुल गया था। मगर उसके बाद आप एंजॉय तो कर रहे हो, मगर 1 साल के बाद आपको भी लगेगा मैंने ये सीखा, मगर इससे मेरा वैल्यू क्या है? जो आपका होराइजन है, जो आपका वर्ल्ड व्यू है, वो बहुत ही बड़ा हो गया। मगर अगर आप वो फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट्स में देखें तो आपको भी लगेगा कि अच्छा मैंने इतना अच्छा सीखा, मगर इसके साथ मैं क्या करूँ, राइट? बिकॉज द फैमिली विल आस्क आप क्लासेस में जा रहे हो, इट्स वेरी नाइस एंड ऑल दैट, बट देन दे विल आस्क यू व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ इट? द वैल्यू इफ यू पुट इन द से दैट आई एम नाउ मच मोर कॉन्फिडेंट, it really doesn't mean a lot, right? But when you say that, with this, I'm able to create a financial opportunity for myself. So I think if we can actually, one of the things we are working on is that after we teach, we are also making sure that they're going on and showing some financial outcomes of it. Example, we do a lot of work in girls in STEM at VHub. And Farhan is here. Farhan only had actually done a lot of sessions for us with Ham Radio. But also, one of the companies, one of the groups of kids who are part of our girls in STEM, उन लोगों ने सोचा कि हम लोगों ने सीखा अगर we want to teach all the kids 8-9 villages हमारे स्कूल के wherever the school is वहाँ पर 8-9 villages के लोगों को हम क्यों ना सिखाएं. So they came up with an idea called as DigiGyan. उनका कंपनी है DigiGyan. उसमें वो क्या करते हैं, जो भी आपने सीखा वो सिखाते हैं. तो over the past we helped them incorporate the company. इन लोगों को 8 लाख का seed funding मिला था. So the kids are 9th grade and 8th grade. So what I'm trying to get at is, it is nice to kind of do a lot of all these things that we are doing. If we can actually add a financial outcome for everything that we are doing, I think that is the best way of creating role models, and that is where I think we can have a much more transformational change when it comes to bridging the digital divide, digital agents, everything we say. If we say that digital is not, it's there, everybody knows it, but how do we create financial viability out of it? That is a strong take, because we are a business incubator after all.
Thank you so much for sharing this. So actually we are less of time, so I think we'll take few questions from audience. Anyone has questions to the speakers? Or let's move to the experience sharing from our entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs. Shall we move? मतलब आप लोग अपना experience share करेंगे, साझा करेंगे हमारे साथ? Can we take the experience share? Yeah.
We are all here and we are seeing sure.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Are they all incubators and women entrepreneurs?
Do we have entrepreneurs from VHub here in this room?
What? They are busy running their businesses.
Okay. So we'll begin with our सूचनाpreneurs. रेखा हमारे साथ हैं जो वेस्ट बंगाल से आई हैं. रेखा आप अपना थोड़ा सा एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चर्चा हुई है उसमें आपको कुछ ऐड करना है या आपका कोई सवाल हमारे फिगर से है तो आप बिल्कुल पूछ सकते हैं।
রেখা খাতুন ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল থেকে এসেছি। আমি প্রথমে 2019 সালে ইন্টারনেট সাথে জোড়া থা, তো তখন কিছু সময় কাজ করার পরে লকডাউন চলে এসেছিল, যার কারণে ছিলাম না, অফ ছিলাম। কিন্তু তবুও ডিজিটাল এমপাওয়ারমেন্ট ফাউন্ডেশনের সঙ্গে একটু আমার যোগাযোগ ছিল। তারপরে যখন জানতে পারলাম যে সেখান থেকে আরও নতুন কিছু করা যায়, আমার গ্রাম থেকে মানে আমার গ্রামে বাড়ি, গ্রাম মানে শহর থেকে অনেকটা ভেতরে, যার কারণে সেখানকার মেয়েরা কোনো ব্যবসা কি কোনো কিছুতে মানে বেড়ে উঠতো না। তো আমি যখন দেখলাম যে আমি একটা সুযোগ পাচ্ছি সামনে সূচনা পেনিয়ার হওয়ার, তো সেখান থেকে আমি যোগাযোগ করি রামদার সঙ্গে। সেখান থেকে আমি সূচনা পেনিয়ার নিজে হই। সেখান থেকে হওয়ার পরে আমি গ্রামের মহিলাদেরকে সহায়তা করি ব্যবসা করার জন্য, তাদেরকে বোঝানো হয়। তারা যেমন উদ্যোগ রেজিস্ট্রেশন করাতে গেলে অনেক দূরে যেতে হতো, এখন তাদেরকে যেতে হয় না, আমি নিজে উদ্যোগ রেজিস্ট্রেশন করে দিই, ফুড লাইসেন্স করে দিই, যার কারণে ওরা এখন অনেকটাই আর ওদের অসুবিধা হয় না, আমার কাছে আসে, ওদেরকে অনেক সার্ভিস দিই। তো এই জায়গাটা করতে আমার সময় লেগেছে, খুব করতে পারিনি। প্রথমে যখন গিয়েছি তখন বলেছে আমরা মেয়ে, কিভাবে কি হবে না হবে। আমি তাদেরকে বলেছি আমিও তো মেয়ে, আমি যদি পারি তাহলে আপনারা কেন পারবেন না। তো আপনাদেরকে সবসময় বাইরে যেতে হবে না, বাজারে যেতে হবে না, আপনি তো কোনো ছেলেদের কাছে যাচ্ছেন না, আপনি মেয়ে হয়ে একজন মেয়ের কাছে যাচ্ছেন। আপনার যেটা শেখার আছে, বোঝার আছে, আপনারা আমার বাড়িতে আসুন, কিংবা আপনারা আমাকে আপনাদের বাড়িতে রাখুন, আমি ঠিক চলে আসবো। তো আমি এই করে আমি মানুষের বাড়ি বাড়ি যেতে লাগলাম, যার কারণে তার সঙ্গে আমি এমনি সামাজিক কাজগুলো করতে থাকি। আমি এটা ভালোবাসি ছোট থেকে, যে মানুষের পাশে হয়তো অর্থের জন্য আমি বেড়ে উঠি না, কিন্তু সাহায্য করার জন্য যে মুখে বলে কোথায় কোথায় নিয়ে যেতে হবে এগুলো আমি জাস্ট তাদেরকে সহায়তা করি। তো এখন একটা জায়গায় পৌঁছেছি যে মানুষের কাছে একটা পরিচিত হয়ে গেছি। আমাকে তো অল ইন অল দিদি বলা হয় গ্রামে, কারণ যে কোনো সার্ভিসের জন্য যে কোনো ওরা সমস্যায় প্রবলেমে পড়ে আমার বাড়িতে প্রথমে আসে, এসে আমার কাছে জানতে চায় যে আমি দিদি এই সমস্যায় পড়েছি, কিভাবে সলভ হবে। তাদেরকে আমি সলভ করার চেষ্টা করি এবং করে দিই, কিংবা আমি সঙ্গে করে নিয়ে যাই। এই করে আমি আমার গ্রামকে অনেক এগিয়ে নিয়ে এসেছি। আমি ভবিষ্যতে আরও চাইছি, আশা করছি আপনাদের থেকে কিছু আশা করছি, সেখান থেকে যেন আমি আরও ভালো জায়গায় যেতে পারি, প্লাস আমার গ্রামের মেয়েদেরকে আরও উদ্যম তৈরি করতে পারি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
तू भालो बोलছিস। राम, आप थोड़ा सा हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए बात बता।
रेखा जी कह रही थी वो 2019 में पहले डीएफ के साथ जुड़ा था, इंटरनेट साथी एक प्रोग्राम था डीएफ का, तब से वो गाँव से एकदम डिजिटली जुड़ा है। और उसके बाद 2021 में एसबीएम वो डीएफ के प्रोग्राम चलता है, वो उसमें एसबीएम था, वो एसबीएम हुआ। और एसबीएम होने के बाद वो गाँव के जो लड़की जो बिजनेस कुछ करना चाहती हो, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर कुछ करना चाहती हो, लेकिन उसके पास कोई नौकरी नहीं थी, उसके लिए उसको बाजार जाना पड़ता है, जैसे उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ, ट्रेड लाइसेंस हुआ, फूड लाइसेंस वगैरह वगैरह। ये सब करने के लिए उसको बहुत टाउन जाना पड़ता है, जो 5-7 किलोमीटर दूर है। फिर रेखा जी ने ये उद्यम उठाया और उसको गाँव के लोगों को, गाँव की जो महिला है उनको अपने घर के में एक सेंटर बनाया और उससे परिसेवा दिया उसको। उसके लिए उन गाँव के महिला जो है वो आप और इन दीदी को कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि रेखा जी सभी दीदियों का सभी काम करते हैं और उसको आगे भी बढ़ाते हैं।
आपका घर तो आपकी ट्रेनिंग जो हुई ना सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के तो वो आपके घर से आपको कितना दूर जाना पड़ता था ट्रेनिंग के लिए, और उसमें आपको कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुई? जैसे आपके परिवार ने रोका नहीं कि आप रोटी खाने के लिए ट्रेनिंग के लिए कैसे जा सकते हो?
হ্যাঁ মানে আমাকে একটু সমস্যা হয়েছে, আমার পরিবার থেকেও সমস্যা হয়েছে, যেটা আমি এখানে মানে জড়িত হওয়ার আগে থেকে আমাকে অনেক সমস্যা ফেস করতে হয়েছে। যার কারণে আমি যখন ক্লাস 8-এ পড়ি তখন থেকেই আমি কিন্তু টিউশন পড়াতাম, বাইরে বেরাতাম, 2জন ছাত্র পড়াতাম, বাড়ি বাড়ি গিয়ে পড়াতাম, সাইকেল চালিয়ে যেতাম। তো এই করে করে অনেককে আমি কথা শুনতে হতো। যে কোনো ট্রেনিং প্রোগ্রামে আমি অংশগ্রহণ করতাম, যে কোনো সুযোগ পেলেই সেখানে অংশ নিতাম। যার কারণে আমার বাড়িতে এসে অনেক মাকে বলতো, অনেকে কমপ্লেন করতো, মা আমাকে বকতো। আমি মাকে বলতাম ওরা বকবে কিন্তু তোমাকে সে কেউ হেল্প করবে না, কিংবা আমি যে নিজের পায়ে দাঁড়াতে চাই, আজকে আমাদের সংসারে এত অভাব, কিন্তু আমি যদি কিছু করতে পারি সেই অভাবটা আমি পূর্ণ করতে পারবো, গ্রামের লোকে সে পূর্ণ করে দেবে না। এই করে আমি পরিবারের সঙ্গে অনেক লড়াই করে করে শেষে এখন হয়েছে, অসুবিধা নেই, এখন মাও সাপোর্ট করে, এমনকি মাও গর্ব করে। এখন এক গ্রামের লোক সবাই এসে বলে যে না আপনার মেয়েটা এখন ভালো কাজ করে, মা শুনে তাতে খুশি হয়। আমি এইভাবে সাকসেস করেছি কিছুটা।
एक है ये जो पहले तो प्रॉब्लम बहुत हुई थी क्योंकि घर से भी प्रॉब्लम था, गांव में भी प्रॉब्लम था क्योंकि महिला काम करने जाएगी बाहर, ये तो गांव के लिए प्रॉब्लम होता है। तो फिर बाद में वो ट्यूशन भी करते तो वो एक प्रॉब्लम था। तो धीरे धीरे जब वो जाने लगा, वो परिवार को अपने समझाने लगा, उसके माँ वो उसको सपोर्ट करने लगा, लेना ठीक है क्योंकि वो बाहर जाते हैं तो कुछ करने के लिए, खुद उद्यमी बनने के लिए जाते हैं और खुद से उसके गांव के कुछ महिला को भी उद्यमी बनाने के लिए जा रहे हैं। तो ठीक है, अभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, सब ठीक है।
Thank you. Moving on to next. Harshita, आप कुछ share करना चाहेंगे? Would you like to share your experience? She's from Andhra Pradesh.
माइक को ऑन कर लो, पास हो लोगों के पास। पास में रखो, keep it closer to your mouth.
Hello. My name is Harshita. I came from Chirala in AP. I'm working in digital environment foundation in last 3 years in network engineering. Starting after completed my graduation, I joined as a network engineer. In starting, everyone is telling boys only what we'll do in the network things and everything. And first, my family is not accepting when I want to join in a network engineer. So they are telling if network, they have to move another location and I have to stay sometimes in somewhere. So that time my family is not accepting to go other locations. Then I said, convinced to them, I will take 1 month to join this organization. Then I convinced them, no issue, every boss is doing in, boys are not only for networking, boys will also do. They are thinking I will do in software company, then I will stay in only at one place and I will do the job. I said no, I am not interested in software field. I have interest on networking. Then I decided to choose a network. Then I will take 3 months training. After I joined in as a network engineer. Now I am working in digital environment as a network engineer in Chirala location. Sometimes if I have any issues in some other locations also, I am going to solve that issues.
Thank you, Harshita. तो हमारे पास समय की थोड़ी कमी है, तो फिर लास्ट एक रईस आप शेयर करेंगे अपना एक्सपीरियंस।
Hello everyone, I am Rais Fatima. I am from, my name is Rais Fatima. I am studying from the Open University, intermediate, and I live in Chanchalgoda. Last 8 months I joined from near my aunt. Someone like my cousin aunt, someone came to me and they said, you want to learn some about computer knowledge. If you want to gain, you can join this institute. You can come and try. First, my family and everyone said, no, it's far from the institute is far from my house. First, they don't allow. Then later, they said me go and try and check first. Then I go and meet Priyanka ma'am. Then they said me bring one Aadhaar card, photo, and only 150 rupees. So you can join for 3 months. This is the course. Then later I go and I gain the knowledge about MS Office, everything. Then I explain daily everything, my family and my parents. Then they always, first they not accept me. Then later they accept me and they pursue me, go and take and coaching, understand, take gains, no problem. Then every time my mother approach me and tell me, no problem, you can be go and teach, learn everything. Then I have sisters also and learn and teach them also. And now I know everything about MS Office, PowerPoint, Excel, everything I can make by myself. And I have taken many from this institute, Digital Excellency Center. I have learned a lot of things from there. And every time they make activities like charkha from their institute, they teach us how to make charkha thread from there, and coding languages and star key and lot of things, activities every time is there. And every time I make learning English, spoken English, and I participate in the science exhibition. In that is what's there. Science exhibition I participated, and I make from myself ice unique lantern also, and they all of them very thankful, and they give me prize also from that. I get it from sir and from this DF center, and later they explain me about STEM also, and I have participated from their many projects in Call 50 project. And they teach me how to make and how to make investment, everything. And I participated in the goal project also, going online as a leader also. From there also I participated, and many of the things I participated from there. And thank you for your all.
So we'll close this event with a report launch.
And this is for everyone who's involved in actually doing trainings for women or involving women in digital literacy or even digital financial literacy. Just like people talk about last mile delivery of services, last mile delivery of OFC, last mile delivery of connectivity, you need to have last mile delivery of trainings also. Because just that first hurdle of getting a woman out of her home for 3 months or 2 months when she has responsibilities, cooking, cleaning, children, ghar sambhalna, all of that. Unless we make it more universally accessible, as close to their homes as possible, that's the only way I think that digital financial inclusion will really happen.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Do you have any questions? Any suggestions? So we can go ahead with the report launch. So we have Vendila ji with us today. She's the author of this report, The Impact of Recruiting Women Entrepreneurs and on Reducing Mission Risk. So
Entrepreneurs, I think you have emerged as real heroes in my life. You know, sometimes we often are in the ivory tower of research and we are in our own bubbles. But the kind of work that you do, and I'm really grateful to many people here for giving me access to this data, I think it has given me a very different purpose in doing my research and, you know, a hunger for doing more. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much all the panelists for joining us for this session. So now, starting with our next one, we will be starting our next session. Starting our next session in another 5 minutes on reimagining
WhatsApp.
आपको मौका नहीं मिल रहा बोलने का, समय थोड़ा कम है, ठीक है, लेकिन हम अलग से चर्चा करेंगे, ठीक है।
Once it's on the screen, maybe I can just start. So, I had decided to take the presentation in English, but I'm equally comfortable in Hindi and Bengali. So if there's something, if there's any question, etc., feel free to ask in any of these three languages and I should be able to respond effectively. Okay, so I think I can just do this once more. So again, hi, my name is Alfredo, and today I'll be speaking on a topic which is actually very close to my heart, reimagining legal systems. Now, you know, this word also reimagination, right? Like, when we think of this word, what does it really mean? Like, we think of it that, okay, सबको पता है कि हाँ हमारा legal system काफी बेकार है, जैसे cases सालों के सालों पर it just keeps going on. Nobody really gets justice. You always see and it's essentially become like this great script, right, for Bollywood movies and OTT serials and all of that. But what really is the problem? Because business seems to be flourishing. People who need the legal system to work, it's fairly working decently for them. You never really hear Mukesh Ambani coming to the street and being like, यार मेरे rights तो कोई सुन ही नहीं रहे, मतलब मेरे legal entitlements कहाँ गए? So is the legal system broken, or is the legal system broken for a very specific demographic who is unable to access it? And my hunch is the latter, that out of 90%, 100% of the people who have legal problems, just about 9 out of 10 people don't really go and approach courts. So even this problem that we talk about, it's essentially just that 1% out of 10 people who are going to court. And then we come back to the word that, okay, we want to reimagine this system. Now, some of you might know that the present Chief Justice of India, Justice Chandrachud, he's in the news often for fairly decent reasons, right? He's assumed to be like this very good judge who gives fairly good judgments, who really upholds values of justice and liberty. There's another judge, if you're familiar, a couple of years back when Delhi, the riots were happening in Delhi, he had called the Attorney General and he had sort of told him on a weekend that why is the Delhi police not registering FIRs? So we hear about judges like this often. But ultimately they are one or two people in a huge system which is actually designed to cater to billions of Indians, right? Like think of it, why do you have a system in the first place? It's supposed to solve a problem. It's supposed to solve my problem, it's supposed to solve your problem, it's supposed to solve anybody who's got a dispute. Today when we make a payment, a simple payment, let's say we buy let's say दूध खरीदना है, we have the option to pay by cash, we have the option to pay by phone, we have the option to pay by credit, we have the option to not pay at all and also get some money back from them. Like there are offers like that nowadays, right? But when it comes to the legal system, somebody says कि अच्छा पता नहीं, somebody gave me money but ये तो चेक बाउंस हो गया, अब क्या करें, मतलब जाने दे रहा because कोर्ट में जाएंगे तो like we will end up spending a lot more money. So when we think of reimagination, we need to think not like, okay, there is this one person there who can redesign the system and change everything that is wrong with it, but we need to break it down into very, very small components. And if you see other sectors in India today, if you see health, if you see finance, there's always some tech to it, right? You have health tech, fintech, biotech. Nobody's ever heard of legal tech because that doesn't exist. Nobody really has taken efforts to innovate for the legal system. And essentially, even the work that's happening in innovation, if you see the two sides over here, the first, on the left-hand side, it's a very common document, and it had become, you know, in 2019 when the CAA protests were happening, this document was read aloud everywhere. And it essentially is the preamble of our constitution. Now, when we think of the legal system, a lot of times our imagination is actually stuck there. That ये law hai, and हमें, if we are trying to get something addressed, we have to always stay within the confines of the law. Which means that there is a lawyer involved, there is a judge involved, there is you here, the judge sitting above you, and you go and you say, my lord, this has happened, please help me. But we need to think of legal systems as just any other system where we can get people like you and me to come and really engage with it. Because ultimately it's a system designed to sort of better our lives. But you know, our voices are never really found there. On the other hand, you know, on the right hand side, these are two migrant workers who are from, I believe from Mizoram. They had a claim against some unpaid wages, and it was impossible for them to travel all the way and file an appeal ultimately, you know, in a court which is very, very far from Mizoram. So this is an example where, because of an online dispute portal, their case was, and this is not a victory sign, they are saying that we are owed 2 lakh rupees each. And the same thing would not have been possible today if somebody back in 2017, actually a batchmate of mine, had not come up with an online dispute resolution platform. He was just a law student like me, you know, bunking classes, just feeling that, okay, I don't want to study, so ab kya kare, matlab kuch karte kyunki CV mein to dikhana hai. Absolutely no support from anywhere else. But he comes and he makes an online system where people like you and I can go, register grievances, and that the whole process can happen online, including telling somebody, hey, aapke saath mera koi problem hai, this has happened, you have not paid me money, etc., etc. Now, if this had to happen in a physical city, think of it even in Hyderabad, right? Today, if you have a case here and you want to ultimately appeal, you will have to leave Hyderabad and go all the way to Delhi, go to Supreme Court, and it's a hassle, right? Why can't we simplify this? Why can't we do something like this instead of always just staying within the fold of law? So that's essentially what the organization that I work with, Agami, that's what we work towards. The thing is that we want to celebrate innovation in the legal system. We want to make the legal system more accessible to people like you and me who are coming themselves and innovating for the system. It should not be that tomorrow some amazing judge will come and that judge will usher a set of reforms. Then after that some new judge will come who will say that these reforms don't work, too bad, now we'll go back to the previous regime. No, it has to be citizens like you and I who are actually engaging with the system to come and do some of this work. And at Agami, you know, our motto is essentially ideas that serve justice. We try to bring some of these ideas in the forefront. Before I start with what I do at Agami, I'll just maybe talk about some of the initiatives that we have. So the one over there, that's called the ODR initiative. It stands for Online Dispute Resolution. I just gave that example before this. Essentially, having a system jahan pe like log aake can solve disputes through an online portal. You don't have to go to court. You remove the middle person completely. In fact, you even remove lawyers. And I'm saying this as a lawyer, like so many disputes would just be easy if you just didn't have lawyers in the middle, you know. Then we have something, if you see all of these people with Nietzsche, we have something called the Agami Prize, which essentially tries to celebrate the kind of work that is happening in this ecosystem. We try to find out, okay, who are the people who are working, let's say, in Assam? Who are the people who are working in Kanyakumari, like far off, all over India, and we try to bring, like, you know, we try to sort of put light on their work. We have the Agami Shala. Agami Shala is for those people who are working for the justice system, but, you know, they are there, but they need a little bit more push to sort of think a little bit differently, and we actually get them, we take them to like a location, and we conduct sort of sessions with them. And we have Pukar, and we have my mission, which is called the Open Nya mission. So I'll talk about both of them shortly. But before I talk, I just wanted to give an example of what the Pukar initiative is doing. So all of us must know about checks now, like at some point or the other you have maybe in some TV show or some movie, किसी का पूरा मतलब property पैसा सब कुछ छीन लिया because उसने check में किसी का sign forge करके they have got it. Check bouncing disputes are one of the biggest disputes in our country. It is blocked. Like think of it, अगर एक pipe है, वो pipe blocked है, उससे पानी नहीं निकल रहा है, the reason is check bounce, and that's essentially a big reason why our judicial system is stuck. What this initiative tries to do, किसी भी dispute में there are multiple stages. एक होता है trial की पहली, एक होता है filing, arbitration summons, bail, the actual hearing before the judge, or judge gives the judgment. Now, what this initiative tries to do, it takes these small parts of the whole life cycle of a dispute and tries to better it. So, for example, जहाँ पे अगर आपको किसी ने check दिया है, वो check bounce किया है, there is no, you are not getting the money that you need. The law says before you approach the court, आपको एक notice भेजना पड़ेगा, asking for payment, right? Lot of people, the common language in our country for any system is predominantly English. After you move on from the municipal courts, you go to a sessions court, a high court, the Supreme Court. They will tell you, no, please speak in any language you're comfortable with. But we know that it's essentially English which goes, right? Because of which a lot of people, a lot of small claims, somebody was a claim of, let's say, just 10,000 rupees. They are not always able to write that legal notice in English language. But if you don't write that notice, then you cannot go to the next stage. So the first thing in this design is that you automate the legal notice completely. So if I have a dispute, I just click a button. I just enter that, okay, I have 10,000 rupees due. I was supposed to be paid on so and so day. And then the system is giving me the whole thing written in exactly legal language that I need, and I send it. Again, I can send it through WhatsApp, I can send it through email to the person who has defaulted my money. So at every stage, the imagination is that it has to be simplified. The process cannot be a punishment. If I have lost money, I should not lose more money and get into more trouble simply because the process itself is so complex to engage with. With that, I'll just come to the work that I do. I work on a mission called Open Nya. Open Nya, essentially, think of it in this way, right? We all know that today artificial intelligence is here. We might have heard about something like ChatGPT. We might hear people, मुझे हिंदी में एक poem लिखना है, and for me, my native language is Bengali, but so in school I had taken Hindi as second language because of some stupid assumption that the papers don't leave the city, the state, so you get less marks in Bengali. So my grandmother had told me, she said, no, don't take Bengali. So I still find it difficult to actually read Bengali, but I speak fluently. With AI, I can actually just feed something in English or in Hindi or in any other language and get it translated into Bengali or any other language that I want, right? And this is something that we mostly know about. So AI is here, whether we like it or not. AI is here, and it's again few people who are building some of these technologies. It's few people who have access to build some of these technologies. So at the OpenAI mission, essentially what we are trying to do is actually understanding that how can we get more people engaging with the system where they can come and actually build alongside with the people who are actually building some of these AI technologies. This is our team. That's me smiling over there. But yeah, so at OpenAI we do 3 things. Show the new idea. For example, ChatGPT was an amazing thing, right? When it came out, suddenly it became one of the most downloaded apps of all time. It beat a lot of records. The systems crashed because so many people were using it. What did it do? Essentially, it just showed that this is what you can actually do with this new technology. Similarly, at OpenAI, we have some technology that I'll just get into. But one of the things is that we show the community, hey, aaj, this is possible. Today, agar you have some entitlement from the government, some scheme, let's say you're a young teenage girl who wants to study further, and you don't know, let's say your parents can't afford it. There are schemes which give you scholarships, right? Like 10 lakhs. I know in West Bengal there's a scheme which gives you a 10 lakh scholarship. So for example, but a lot of people don't know about it. Now think if there is a chatbot where you just say, hey, मेरा नाम ये है, मेरा उम्र 18 साल का है, मुझे और पढ़ना है, can I get some entitlement from the state government? That is possible today using AI and using real-time conversation. Number 2, build the community, essentially what I started with, that get more people involved into some of these technologies and build alongside us. And number 3, which is called enable the doing, it is a lot of people, and I work very closely with a lot of people who have some fantastic ideas, some like amazing ways of doing things, but they don't have the resources because working with AI technologies is very, very expensive. It's very expensive. Like think of it like the internet some 30 years back. How many people had internet back then? I don't even know if, there was dial-up, but then I remember, for example, when let's say Jio came, right? Then everybody had internet. But before that, most people did not. Similarly, even right now, building some AI technologies, it's only very few companies and organizations can build it because it's prohibitively expensive. This is a little bit about our journey. I won't spend too much time on this. Okay, so one thing that we do at OpenAI is that we have law students and we have like as a mission, there are many different law schools who are involved. So this slide that you see here, on the right hand side, it is an extract of a judgment. It's, you don't have to read it, it's actually pretty boring. But on the, on the left hand side. On the right hand side, it is the same judgment which has been broken into multiple parts. So if you see the first thing in blue over there, it is an argument by one side. If you see the thing in purple, it is identifying in this case mein actual masla kya hai. What is the legal issue here? Is it a property dispute? Is it a criminal offense? Is it a civil offense? Is it a tax case, etc.? Similarly, multiple things are sort of broken down. Last, when there is analysis, there is an argument by petitioner. Now today, when you are trying to build some AI technology, the most important thing is data. And an AI model has to understand how legal language is spoken. And we all know that legal language is very difficult to understand. It's in most judges will speak and give judgments in such a way that the common person just simply doesn't understand it. Which is why we actually built something with the help of students, which broke it down into these things, which can then be used for training further models. Similarly, this is a judgment. Any legal judgment will have multiple components. So, what are the sections in a certain judgment which is being used? What is the case about? Things like that. So today you have technology which can make a judgment and break it down into these different parts, which can then be used to build, multiple things. Now we come to something called generative AI, which is essentially ChatGPT, etc. But before that, can I just show a video quickly? Yeah. So I'll just show this video, but this video it talks about domestic violence. So in case anybody, I'm just giving like a trigger warning. In case somebody doesn't want to see it, please let me know that we can move ahead without it. But we can just, is it okay if I show it?
Yeah.
Okay.
क्या आप मेरी ये फॉर्म भरने में मदद
So this is possible today. This is, think of it, right? Like all, essentially forget the technology, OpenAI, that's fine, let that be. But ultimately what is this? Everybody has a mobile phone. A lot of times we face problems, but we don't want to send somebody to jail. But we also don't want ourselves to be harmed, right? But the legal system is all or nothing. And most of the time it's nothing. Sometimes the all is also worse, right? But today something like this is actually possible. And really, what is this? It's a phone where you're either writing in any language that you're comfortable with, or you're speaking in any language that you're comfortable with. You're interacting with something on the other side. That thing is giving you back information. The difference is that iske pehle, we have all interacted with, I think, chatbots and all of that, right? But the difference here is the interaction जो वापस आ रहा है, ऐसा लगता है कि सच में कोई इंसान हमसे बात कर रहा है. Because the first thing that Jagrit, like, and I have tested Jagrit, so I know. So I told Jagrit in Bengali, and the response, and I'll just say it in Bengali only, that Jagrit said that তোমাকে পুলিশের কাছে যেতে হবে না, কিন্তু তুমি তোমার যেখানে তুমি থাকো দেখো যে ওখানে কোনো এনজিও আছে কিনা যাদের সাথে তুমি সম্পর্ক করতে পারো আর তুমি ওদেরকে বলো যে তোমার সাথে এটা হয়েছে. Essentially meaning, because I had said that I don't want to go to the police, and do I still have a claim? The bot replies that you don't have to go to the police, and that's fine. But you go to some NGO, you go to somebody, get some help. Don't stay in that house. So my point is that today when we think about reimagination of the legal system, why aren't we thinking of tools like this, which can not just do this for domestic violence, for any and everything. One of the most common cases that people have, electricity gets cut randomly by CRC, right? You don't pay a bill for some days, they'll come and they'll chop it off. They can't do that. In a lot of cases, they can't do that. Different states have different laws, but by and large, that's a principle of law. Eviction, we often hear, right? Houses are bulldozed, middle of the night, razed to the ground. You can't do that. You have to give a legal notice before you demolish somebody's house, irrespective if that's quote-unquote an illegal house, right? But the thing is, a lot of times people are simply not aware that, okay, ये मेरा हक है. It's not even कि क्या मुझे ये मिल सकता है, मुझे please थोड़ा सा दान दे दो, नहीं. It's a question कि ये मेरा हक है. And this, the word haq, it conveys a sense of power, right? The thing is, when you interact with the legal system, you don't feel powerful. Like, you feel very small, and you feel timid, because the system is always pushing you down. You go to this huge building, people are wearing black and white, there is a judge, there is a lawyer, there are so much paper. You just don't understand that, acha, let छोड़ दो, please, जाना ही नहीं मुझे, ये पढ़ना ही नहीं इसके अंदर. But why is it like that? Why can't it? Ultimately, it's a system for our benefit. No, it's a system which works to serve us. So I just want to give the Jagrit example. I think I can just skip that. So this is a screenshot from ChatGPT. I have asked it what is section 4 of the Assam Land and Revenue Regulation 1886. In 2020 or maybe 2021, I don't exactly remember, but the Assam state government raised villages just saying this is illegal, and the persons residing in these houses have done so illegally, etc., etc. And they did it under this act, the Assam Land and Revenue Regulation Act. As per the act, you're supposed to get a legal notice, you're supposed to get time to present your case. है illegal या नहीं illegal जो भी है, but आपका ये हक है कि आप जाके ये बात बोलो. None of that was done. Now ChatGPT's response is that I'm sorry, etc., etc. Basically मेरे पास information नहीं है. Think of a system which can, in India, which can in all the different state laws. I think of Hyderabad, the state of Telangana, right? All the laws that are there, if that could be put in one system. Today you have any query, you have, it's a check bounce, electricity, पानी नहीं आ रहा है आपके घर में, कुछ भी हो. If you can just ask that, not even in a very formal language, not even in the language that I am speaking, just casually कि आप किसी दोस्त के साथ बात कर रहे हो, यार घर में पानी नहीं आ रहा है, क्या क्या जा सकता है, and then you actually get responses. Today we are actually working to build something like that. It's called alap. Alap in musical terms essentially just means जैसे improvisation, कि आप कुछ गाना गा रहे हो तो उसके बाद आप जो उसके बाद you are just improvising on that. But the idea behind alap is that it can actually act as an assistant for different legal tasks. And legal tasks, when we think of legal tasks, it's not just that you go to court and you argue. Legal tasks can even be, today if you are going to a bank, somebody is giving, forget bank, a better example, happened to me personally. My uncle was in the hospital a couple of weeks back. He was, on his last legs. He had an incurable cancer, but he had a decent amount of Medicaid. The hospital said that we won't give it to you. Why? Because some 40 years back he was a smoker. The original insurance policy didn't have any clause with respect to smoking. But if you've seen health insurance, the way it works is that after a certain period they send you these addendums, which doesn't mean a new contract, but आपको बार-बार एक बार वो करना पड़ता है. So I'll just finish this. I'm almost done. So essentially, imagine he passed away at the age of I think 75. This was a insurance contract he had taken many years back, and they did give him some almost close to some 10-12 lakhs. The thing is that my aunt and my uncle, they had missed that one fine print in some 80-page document saying that if you were, it's super vague. Okay, now you think of a system where you are saying that this is the document. आप इस डॉक्यूमेंट को पढ़ो, मुझे बताओ इसमें मेरा क्या रिस्क आ रहा है. बस सिंपल लाइक दैट. क्या if I default on my loan, will my interest suddenly become from 8% to 12% and 16% in the next quarter? Like that. Questions which actually matter. It doesn't matter to you if you can go to court, right? Because a lot of times you don't even reach that stage, right? So things like that can be possible, is actually possible, and then that's something that we are trying to build that. So this is how alap looks right now. Just wanted to, before I finish, just talk about some other organizations who are doing great work. So Legality, for example, allows you to e-sign documents. Spot Draft allows you to create contracts without taking the help of a lawyer. Hakdarshak allows you to understand what are legal entitlements and other. The scholarship example that I took, you can actually use Hakdarshak to find out what are the entitlements that the government has with respect to affordable housing and other things like that. So these are some of the things, and Sama is, so that first picture of those people saying do. Sama is something which was one of the first online dispute resolution platforms created in India, which actually works on the principle of something called mediation, where the idea is not for example, that tagline is सुलझाओ मगर प्यार से. The point is that even when you have a dispute, you don't have to be always so aggressive. It can even be, acha, this is my problem, this is your stance, can we reach a middle ground? Can there be some compromise? So something like Sama is allowing that. These are the cases which have been resolved through ODR. Before I finish, I will just take a minute and talk about this last thing, which is a major challenge that we are facing, and we are also invitation to all of you, if you have any suggestions how to go about it. Data. Any system, any new technology, there is this saying, right? Data is the new oil. Amazon and all collect user data, and it's there. People say that, right? But the thing is, for building legal AI models or building any kind of technology, which is meant to help somebody, you need a lot of data. Today, this data is there. Judgments, copies of FIRs. And okay, let's take an example. Why is data important, right? Today, why is FIR data important? Think of it just this way. If an FIR is registered against you, let's say I'm building out a model. If I can take 20,000 FIRs on, let's say, just on theft, for example, then the model that I'm training will know that, okay, 20,000 FIRs on theft, there is a pattern that in these situations an offense is considered to be theft by a police person. On the 20,001, my model will be able to tell you these are possible defenses that you can take. These are possible things which were not considered in the FIR. Your arrest was wrongful, things like that. But today, a lot of this data is simply not available publicly. It's either in maybe some high court library, or it's either in, behind very expensive paywalls in the internet, things like that. But there are some people who have done collecting this data as an act of public service. So for example, Daksh has prepared, they have mapped how different cases look like, and there is the Khoj data set which tells you what is the background of different high court judges, what is their caste, what is their gender, what is the state that they have come from. To actually map out that today, if you read the constitution, and I have read the constitution in second year of law school, so it's been a while, but I think there are some, to be a judge of the High Court, you have to be a certain age, you have to be a citizen of India, you have to have, I think, 10 years of legal standing and some more, one or two things. But we don't talk about what is their caste. Are only Brahmin men becoming judges? Do we have enough women in the judiciary? Do we have representations across the country? Do we have enough judges from the Northeast? Do we have enough judges from the states which are not, not Maharashtra, not Delhi? That's the kind of data set which Khoj has prepared, and it's an invaluable data set for anybody who's trying to build something more. Okay, I think I'm done with time. So if you have any questions, if you want to just reach out, please feel free to write to me. That's my email address. That's all. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, this is Johnson Baker, ex-AGL. I just have a couple of questions. Number one, what stage of development you are in that can take off? For general interest as well as did you upload as a data set list of landmark judgments category-wise, case loss, covered?
Thank you, sir, for that question. So we are, so how Agami works is usually we don't build the technology out, in the sense that we have built out two things. One was the chatbot which I showed you. We are, in terms of the stages of your ecosystem development, I would say they are at a middle level, because where we are stuck is in terms of compute power and just financial resources, because it takes a lot of money to actually build some of these technologies out, and we are stuck on the point of data. Whatever we have built, we have predominantly built the publicly available data sets, and even that has been very challenging because this data set is all over the place. But actual good data sets is not something which is easily available, so we are actually starting on that front. What was the second question? Yeah. Have we uploaded? No, we have not uploaded data sets. We have our own data set which we have prepared.
Going to the next level, we have SEC Online, Manupatra, and various paid databases which have covered judgments, decided cases, landmark judgments, and whatnot. So, if our case fits into the categorized areas, so those can be mapped and the judgment adjudication process can be cut down, cycle time can be reduced, so that justice is meted out at a short span of time than in 2 generations.
Sir, you have said it, or you have hit the nail on its head. The problem is that SEC and Manupatra are behind paywalls. And so we actually have the in-house capability to scrape their website. It probably may not even know. The thing is that we can't do that. That's illegal and unethical.
Why illegally? I cannot subscribe.
But that's the thing. Even you can only use their data sets for education or research purposes. No, that's what the license says. That's not.
Yes, you can. I'll share the.
Wonderful. I'm very impressed. And OpenAI, the way you have used it, maybe something which is extremely informative and educative is fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, but if you want, I've
already sent you a mail.
Definitely.
You are based in Delhi or in Hyderabad?
I am in Kolkata. I'll be moving to Bangalore next month, but I'll connect with you after and we can.
So only for Android or for iOS?
No, it's for everything. It's on Telegram, so you can just scan it and use it.
Thank you for your presentation. I really like the rationale behind the platform. I have two questions. First is, how are you taking care of information dissemination? So, because all of us are here, we know something like this exists, which can create my problem easily. But what about those who are not aware about it? So, how are you taking care of that? Second is, sometimes this platform can also be misused. Because there is a fight happening at home and someone can impulsively use it. So, and sometimes these complaints can also be false complaints. So how the platform takes care of that?
In terms of the publicity of the platform, so we don't do a lot of publicity in the sense that, like I said, that's actually what we call a reference solution. So, for example, let's say you want to build on it further, or you want to build a bot which not just covers domestic violence but covers other forms of violence as well. All of the software is available in open source, you can go ahead and do it. So, our work is not so much that we will designate and use our product. It's just to show that this is possible today. So we did like that. In terms of misuse, my use of that is a little, perhaps I'm biased, but my understanding is that you can misuse any technology. It's a small, think of it like today, if I don't mean it, what I'm saying is that if you're a woman, I'm not a woman, so I can't even begin to imagine, but if you are, you're getting beat at the house, how many people would really lie about it? You know what I mean? So this idea of false complaints is a bit of a slippery slope in my mind. It's often a thing which legislators say that today if you have harsher laws, what about false complaints? And it's there, it's a phenomenon. But somebody has to actually do a study and tell you that this is, so for example, false complaint rates are less than 2%. It's okay, I mean, you know what I mean? 2% not such a bad rate in that sense. But it's a concern, and I honestly don't have like a direct answer. So I don't know if that helps, but that's what I feel about it.
See, over a period of time, sometimes what happens is the legal enactments become obsolete, and the legal system sometimes they review the systems. A new system, a new law may come into force. So, residual system mentions that I previously mentioned and Regulation Act of Assam 1886. We saw what the circuit as a child. If somebody queries it properly, if the system says that this is not in force now, the new system, the new act has been implemented in view of this. Does it provide some sort of information in the system?
So, that's a very good question actually. That's actually a design call. You can build it in both ways. So, and we have both. Because of time, I didn't actually show the other system that we built. It's called Jiva. So, Jiva is built for the Karnataka High Court. It's a system which has all of these laws, and including laws which are being amended, because laws are very changing discipline, right? Now, as a builder, I can do it either way. So, for Jagrit is a closed system. Newer laws, I can manually put into it, but it's not going to be automatically available there. But you can build a system which can automatically scrape the internet or things like that and sort of do that. Yeah, that's completely possible.
So actually, does it mean that each of your LLM is actually high-court and high-court specific? You created a regional LLM and then an integrated university?
No, sir. No. So Jiva is one example, which is purely with the Karnataka High Court. But so again, it can be used with any High Court.
True. What is it?
Yeah.
Because data is the whole story is at the back end where data that is put in the entire system.
Yeah.
Have you been able to look at the entire system from the point of view of actually covering, like for example, the 1888 law? We don't know it's that validity even though it has been put in force at that particular time. And maybe it is getting exercised right now in Manipur as well, the way I'm going about it. And I'm for sure that it has been actually exercised earlier is the Northeast. Absolutely. But all these become specific to that particular area, region, and geography. Now, this system, and given the nature of laws and other things that are actually framed by humans and societies, have to be local, even though they have to have a universal
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How are you counting that in your system? I mean, it has to be both porous as well as closed.
It's a process, very honestly, the next stage of our work, something which I'm leading actually, is trying to figure out, there are about 10,400 state laws, at least.
So what are you covered so far? Have you gone to Bombay? Have you covered?
No, so Karnataka, we have all the Karnataka state laws, etc. on this platform called Chiba. And Jharkhand is purely for domestic violence cases, so laws around domestic violence. Because, so the last point I actually wanted to make was on the data point. Right? This data is just notoriously difficult to get hands on. Even, and think of it this way, if I'm a legal portal who has this data, what is my incentive? If I'm a for-profit company, what is my incentive to give it to you? For making a model which will make this data very easily accessible. Yeah, so we are at crossroads with that, but fingers crossed, things are going decent, and I do think that it can happen.
Good start, I think. Work in process.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this insightful session. I want to request everyone to kindly proceed to the lunch area and come back at 2:55. We'll be having another session with 15 minutes lightning talk on digitizing crime. So please have your lunch and come back. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Stop.
कि कोर्ट में सुनवाई हो रही है नहीं हो रही है, ऑल ऑफ दिस इज डन बाय द पुलिस, है ना। मतलब आपको पुलिस अगर आप पे केस नहीं लगाएगी या आपको अरेस्ट नहीं करेगी तो हाउ विल यू एंटर द सिस्टम ना। आपका कोर्ट में भी केस नहीं चलेगा, आप जेल भी नहीं जाएंगे। तो विच इज़ वाई हम लोग जो काम कर रहे थे, हम वकील हैं CPA प्रोजेक्ट में, थोड़ा सा लंबा नाम है, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस एंड पुलिस अकाउंटेबिलिटी प्रोजेक्ट। तो हम सारे वकील हैं और वकीलों का जैसे काम होता है, हम काला कोट पहन के जाते थे और केस करते थे एंड वी वुड रिप्रेजेंट पीपल। कुछ कम्युनिटीज़ हैं जो यहाँ पे भी तेलंगाना में भी है जिनको, जो ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं, बहुत सारे जिन पर जो है कि क्रिमिनल्स बाय बर्थ, जन्मजात अपराधी होने का उन पे ठप्पा लगा है। 1870 का कानून था, 1871 का एक कानून है, था क्रिमिनल ट्राइब्स एक्ट, उसमें कहा गया था कि ये लोग जन्मजात अपराधी। तो उसको लेकर जो है हमने इन लोगों को कोर्ट में रिप्रेजेंट करना शुरू किया, क्योंकि भले ही वो कानून चला गया, इवन दो दैट लॉ हैज बीन रिपीटेड, ये जो कम्युनिटीज है वो अभी भी उनको उसी तरीके से देखते हैं। नाउ देयर आर, अभी नाम बदल गए हैं, उनको राउडी शीटर बोलते हैं, हिस्ट्री शीटर बोलते हैं, हैबिचुअल ऑफेंडर बोलते हैं। सो वी वुड रिप्रेजेंट दीज पीपल इन कोर्ट्स and we realize that, you know, on an everyday basis the police is only going after people from these communities। और ऐसा नहीं है कि किसी ने किसी का मर्डर किया तो आप ऐसे केसेस में लोगों को अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे केसेस है ना, लाइक 2 लोग बैठ के पत्ता खेल रहे हैं, जुआ खेल रहे हैं अपने घर के बाहर मोहल्ले में लड़के, आपने उनको उठा के केस उन पे लगा दिया गैम्बलिंग का और उनको जेल में डाल दिया। फिर कुछ ऐसे कम्युनिटीज़ हैं जो शराब बनाते हैं, है ना, अपने सेवन के लिए, कल्चरली भी उनकी कम्युनिटीज़ में शराब बनती है तो वो शराब बनाते हैं। तो उसके लिए उन्होंने उनको, और वो मतलब छोटा क्वांटिटी 1 लीटर 2 लीटर मैक्सिमम 10 लीटर उन लोगों के ऊपर केस लगा। तो ऐसा था कि ऑन ए डे टू डे बेसिस हम जो है जो केसेस कर रहे थे उसमें हम ये देख रहे थे, बट इसको लेकर कभी कोई सबूत नहीं, नो एविडेंस, है ना, कि हम लोग ये तो बोल रहे हैं कि भाई जेल में लोग भरे हुए हैं और वो भी ऐसे लोग भरे हुए हैं जो अंडर ट्रायल है, मतलब जिनका केस अभी भी कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है। बट हमने ये नहीं सोचा कि भाई ये लोग कौन से कम्युनिटी से आते हैं, ये कौन लोग हैं, है ना, क्योंकि अभी उस सामने वाली बिल्डिंग में रहने वाले लोग तो नहीं जा रहे जेल, है ना, तो ये कौन से कम्युनिटीज के लोग हैं और ये किस अपराध के लिए, किस तरीके के ऑफेंस के लिए इनको पुलिस जो है अरेस्ट कर रही है। सो इसीलिए हमको लगा कि अगर हम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं और हम बोल रहे हैं कि इन कम्युनिटीज को टारगेट कर रही है पुलिस, तो हमारे पास कुछ एविडेंस, कुछ डेटा होना चाहिए, है ना। अब ये है कि देखिए पुलिस वाले जो है बहुत सारा डेटा इकट्ठा करते हैं। आप अगर कोई भी, आपसे कोई थाने गया है कभी लाइफ में, मतलब गिरफ्तार होके नहीं लेकिन थाने गए गए, अच्छा, FIR करवाई है किसी ने, FIR करके तो आप जाएंगे कभी FIR, मान लीजिए मेरा फोन गुम हो गया है ना, मैं FIR करवाने गई तो लंबा फॉर्म होता है, केस डायरी होगी, उसमें आप मेरा एड्रेस मांगेंगे, आप पूरे डिटेल्स मांगेंगे, उसके बाद में आप जो है मेरा फ़ोन कौन से रंग का था, कहाँ था, देयर इज बहुत सारा इन्फॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करता है। अगर मान लीजिए मैंने बोला मेरा फ़ोन चोरी हो गया है ना, और फिर उन्होंने बोला कि इस व्यक्ति ने चोरी किया, तो वो फ़ोन अगर उससे जब्त किया, मान लीजिए उनसे फ़ोन जब्त किया, तो वो जब्ती करवाते वक्त वहाँ पे सीजर जिसको बोलते हैं, तो वो सीजर करवाते वक्त वहाँ पे देयर विल हैव टू बी 2 witnesses present. So there is a lot of, you know, it's a full story and it has multiple characters and there is a lot of detail that is involved in that. So this is data that the police is producing on a day-to-day basis. But this is data that nobody has ever looked at. कि किसी ने इस data को देखा नहीं to understand कि what is the police telling about itself, because the data is a way जिससे the police अपनी खुद की कहानी बता रही है ना, कि भाई हमारा रोजमर्रा में क्या काम है ना। तो हम सोचते हैं कि पुलिस का काम है चोर को पकड़ना, हम सोचते हैं पुलिस का काम है जो लोग महिलाओं के साथ हिंसा करते हैं उनको पकड़ना, बट पुलिस वाले भी, हम उनसे भी सुने ना कि भाई वो क्या बोल रहे हैं, उनका क्या काम है। सो विच इज़ वाई व्हाट वी स्टार्टेड डूइंग इज बिकॉज ये सारा जो डेटा है उसको ऑनलाइन अपलोड करते हैं, इट्स डिजिटली। पहले तो FIR आप लिखवाएंगे तो थाने में पुलिस कंप्लेंट एक फाइल में पड़ी हुई होती थी, बट नाउ व्हाट हैज have to upload the FIR online within 24 hours. And Madhya Pradesh, which is where we work, वहाँ पे the police decided to go one step further. They said हम सिर्फ FIR नहीं अपलोड करेंगे, हम ये भी अपलोड करेंगे कि हम रोज किसको अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं. So we will upload the list of people who we are arresting every day, along with their what kind of offence they are being arrested for. मान लीजिए मुझ पे gambling. So निकिता सोनाम ने section 5 of the gambling act this date, तो वो arrest record भी जो है उनकी वेबसाइट पे अपलोड होगा. So what we did is we began to mine this data. हमने ये सारा डेटा उनकी वेबसाइट से निकाला. करीबन 5.5 लाख अरेस्ट रिकॉर्ड्स एंड FIRs अलग-अलग, क्योंकि FIRs तो पुलिस स्टेशन में होती है ना. So we downloaded these FIRs. We started doing this during the pandemic. क्योंकि जब हमको मतलब ये आइडिया आया कि ये करना चाहिए, ये देखना चाहिए, is when the pandemic had happened. And pandemic में जो है पुलिस अपना लॉकडाउन कर रही थी, आप रोज वीडियोस देख रहे थे कि लोगों को डंडे मार रहे हैं. So we started माइनिंग दिस डेटा. हमने ये डेटा इकट्ठा किया एंड 2 तरीके का डेटा, एक तो FIR और दूसरा अरेस्ट रिकॉर्ड. तो ये इसीलिए क्या, क्योंकि अगर आप FIR पढ़ेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि देयर इज अ स्टोरी, है ना, कि अच्छा इस व्यक्ति ने फलाना व्यक्ति अपने घर से बाहर गया और उसने मास्क नहीं पहना था और उसने लॉकडाउन का कंडीशन वायलेट किया, मान लीजिए पैंडेमिक, है ना. तो उसके लिए आप फिर देखेंगे कि कंप्लेंट किसने की, कि अगर मेरे ऊपर कंप्लेंट हुई है तो देयर हैज टू बी अ कंप्लेनेंट, राइट. तो वहाँ कंप्लेनेंट का नाम होगा. तो हमने इस तरीके से वी स्टार्टेड डिसएग्रीगेटिंग. तो हमको 2 चीज़ें पता चली इससे. वन, प्राइमरीली कि व्हाट काइंड्स ऑफ ऑफेंसेस, है ना, व्हाट काइंड्स ऑफ ऑफेंसेस आर पीपल बीइंग अरेस्टेड फॉर, एंड सेकेंडली हाउ. ठीक है. एंड थर्ड एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन व्हिच वी वांटेड टू लुक एट इज ये कौन से कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं, कौन से कास्ट के लोग हैं, है ना. सो वी स्टार्टेड डिसएग्रीगेटिंग दिस आल्सो बाय द कास्ट ऑफ द अक्यूज्ड पर्सन. सो व्हेन वी लुक्ड एट द FIRs, one thing was very clear कि, and we did it across 3, मतलब हमने पहले पैंडेमिक में जब शुरू किया, we looked at the FIRs and we realized कि उस टाइम पे जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट was saying कि आप जेल खाली कीजिए because COVID is spreading in prisons, है ना, कोरोना की केसेस जो है जेल में बढ़ रहे हैं. But when we looked at FIRs, we realized कि these are all mainly people जो सब्जी बेचने जा रहे हैं, है ना, like a street vendor, जो essential service providers थे, जिनके पास उस समय राइट था, आपने उन पे केस लगाया. फिर कोई अपने मोहल्ले में वही घर के बाहर बैठ के 2 people are playing cards, आपने उन पे गैम्बलिंग का केस लगाया. So all of these were cases that one understands as in law as petty offences, जिसके लिए अरेस्ट जो है मैंडेटरी नहीं है, रिक्वायर्ड नहीं है. उसके लिए अगर आपको किसी पेटी ऑफेंस के लिए, मतलब जो 7 साल से कम का ऑफेंस है, आपको किसी को अरेस्ट करना है, तो आपको उसमें ये रीजन देना पड़ता है कि भाई हम इसको क्यों अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं. बट दीज आर ऑल पीपल हु हैड बीन अरेस्टेड. नाउ व्हेन यू रेड द FIRs, द थिंग विद FIRs इज इट्स आइडेंटिकल, है ना. तो हमने वी लुक्ड एट FIRs फ्रॉम उज्जैन डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन मध्य प्रदेश. 150 FIRs that were the same, the complainant was the same. वहाँ का एक कोई लोकल गवर्नमेंट का ऑफिसर था, जिस तो FIR में लिखा था कि ये बाहर गए, इन्होंने देखा कि बहुत सारे लोग बिना मास्क पहने घूम रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने जाके उस थाने में कंप्लेन कर दी. So you realize that the FIRs are identical. So there is just one person who the police is saying has filed 150 FIRs against people. Or they will say that actually some police person has filed a complaint because he learned from मुखबिर, I think यहाँ पे हैदराबाद में उसको मखबर बोलते हैं, informant, police informant. So police informant का नाम नहीं होता, but they will say कि हमको police informant से पता चला है कि इन्होंने जो है चोरी की है. So the standard element, seizure witness, आप देखेंगे 100 FIR देखेंगे, आप देखेंगे कि उस पुलिस स्टेशन में जो सीजर विटनेस है, जो इंडिपेंडेंट व्यक्ति होना चाहिए, वो सेम है. तो मतलब ये है कि आप स्टॉक में 2 लोगों को रखते हैं और हर केस में FIR में उनका नाम जोड़ देते हैं. सो इट्स वेरी क्लियर कि पैटर्न है जिससे आप लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं. तो ये माइक्रो डिटेल्स जो है हमको इससे पता चली. फिर हमने देखा कि अच्छा व्हाट इज द बिगर पिक्चर picture. You know what are the larger trends, statewide trends, जिसके लिए we looked at arrest records. और arrest records में हमने ये किया कि जो accused person का last name है, उसके basis पे we also tried to figure out कि अच्छा ये कौन से caste के लोग हैं, है ना? तो this is also very interesting. क्योंकि अब last name से तो किसी के पता नहीं चल सकता बिल्कुल कि मान लीजिए मेरा last name है कुमार, है ना? अब कुमार जो है इज अ कास्ट न्यूट्रल लास्ट नेम, तो वो बहुत सारे लोग यूज करते हैं अक्रॉस वेरियस कास्ट ग्रुप्स. या सिंह इज ऑल्सो न्यूट्रल नेम. या फिर आप मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी में देखें तो खान आप नहीं पता पाएंगे कि शेख है, पठान है या कौन है ना? सो व्हाट वी स्टार्टेड डूइंग इज हमने देखा कि अच्छा उस व्यक्ति का कभी कभी आप एड्रेस देखते हैं तो पता चल जाता है. जैसे मान लीजिए कोई अगर किसी दलित कम्युनिटी से आता है तो आपने वहाँ लिखा चमार कॉलोनी या अंबेडकर नगर, तो आपको पता है कि अच्छा अंबेडकर नगर है, मतलब यहाँ पे कौन से कम्युनिटी के लोग रहते हैं. देन हमने इसको क्रॉस वेरीफाई ऑल्सो किया और गवर्नमेंट रिकॉर्ड्स के साथ. जैसे मान लीजिए यहाँ पे हैदराबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गवर्नमेंट एग्जाम हुआ तो हमने देखा वहाँ के रिकॉर्ड्स में ये जो लास्ट नेम लगा रहे हैं उस एरिया के, उनका कास्ट क्या लिखा हुआ है, लैंड रिकॉर्ड. सो we verified this with multiple sources. जिससे what we have done is basically sort of created a caste database for the state of Madhya Pradesh. Ideally हमको इतनी मेहनत नहीं करनी चाहिए क्योंकि हमारे पास जो है caste census का डेटा होना चाहिए था. Because if you had the caste census data, आपको पता है कि भाई यहाँ पे इस एरिया में अगर ये लास्ट नेम लगाते हैं तो ये इस कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं. बट बिकॉज वी डोंट हैव द कास्ट सेंसस डेटा, विच इज वाई हमको ये मेहनत करनी पड़ी एंड वी क्रिएटेड दिस डेटाबेस. सो उससे इट इज वेरी वेरी एविडेंट कि कौन से लोगों को किस ऑफेंस के लिए टारगेट कर रहे हैं. फॉर इंस्टेंस देयर इज एन आइडिया जो हम हवा में बोलते हैं ना कि SC ST OBC मुस्लिम, ये एक लाइन में बोलते थे दे आर ओवर रिप्रेजेंटेड इन द प्रिजन. बट if you look at this data, it will tell you that Adivasis or tribes will not be charged for cow slaughter. उसके लिए तो आप किसी मुसलमान कसाई कम्युनिटी के इंसान को टारगेट करेंगे. Similarly, if you are charging someone under the Excise Act alcohol बनाने के लिए, they will be people belonging to tribal groups, right? So it's also telling you कि what are the micro patterns in terms of who you are targeting. But very very fundamentally what this is doing is कि it is pushing back against this idea कि every day में जो पुलिस है वो actually क्या करती है, मतलब उनका काम क्या है. तो 90% of their time is spent in maintaining and charging people for offenses जिसको आप लो लेवल ऑफेंस बोलेंगे, जिसको आप स्ट्रीट ऑफेंसेस बोलेंगे, है ना? मतलब आप लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, आप बेसिकली बंदोबस्त का काम करते हैं. बट इन पॉपुलर इमेजिनेशन व्हेन वी से वी नीड द पुलिस, देयर इज अ पुश बैक टू से कि भाई हम चाहते हैं पुलिस हो. इफ एवरी टाइम देयर इज अ केस ऑफ सेक्सुअल वायलेंस या किसी का मर्डर हो गया, सो वी से द पुलिस नीड्स टू बी इक्विप्ड टू डू दिस. बट in fact when we looked at the figure during the pandemic, less than 1% of arrests were for any of these high level offenses. A majority of them were for these petty offenses and these were all people belonging to these communities. और बहुत सारे तो ये offenses आपने उनको offenses बनाए हैं which are people's livelihoods. For instance, a lot of tribal communities make alcohol as part of their culture, है ना? किसी के birth पे भी दारू बनती है, कोई मरा तभी भी दारू बनती है. So there is that kind of criminalization of different kinds of things. जैसे मैं हमेशा ये एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ कि गैम्बलिंग का केस आप कभी कैसीनो में जो गैम्बल करते हैं उन पे नहीं लगाते हैं ना. They are not charged under public gambling because that is still protected by the law in many ways. तो आप गैम्बलिंग सिर्फ जो रास्ते में, जो बस्ती में, जो मोहल्ले में रहते हैं, you are charging them. So it is these patterns of policing that we have been able to do, and particularly by centering the fact that this is actually caste that is being replicated in policing. Do we have time for Q&A? Any questions? Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah, hi. So I am from CDPP and we have an initiative called Center for Law, Economics and Society. And we are doing something very similar where we are tracking discrimination on the basis of religion and caste in terms of petty offences. So ma'am, one question that I have, and this is also a recent question, is that how was your experience like in terms of bail? Like bail, So could you please elaborate on that as well?
I mean, bail for these petty offences?
Yeah, petty offences. Like, what are the hurdles that they are facing?
So it depends. मतलब there is no, मतलब जो court है उसका एक कोई clear approach नहीं है. But because bail is a like in Madhya Pradesh for instance, under the Excise Act for alcohol policing, आपको कभी भी lower court से bail नहीं मिलती है. Bail as a matter of practice only happens through the High Court, है ना? And for a lot of these communities, क्योंकि इनके ऊपर इतने सारे केस लगाए गए हैं, and we've done a study on this also. मतलब there is one police station where basically 90% of their cases were of all of women belonging to this one tribe called Kuchbatiya. So there were individual women जिनके ऊपर at least 20 to 25 excise offence के केस लगे थे. So when those cases were going to court, to the bail, maybe looked at the bail orders and they only said habitual offender bail rejected. So it also depends on what kind of offence. But like on the other hand, if there are offences, say related like other petty offences where it's like 294 if somebody's whatever sung some song, they say vulgar gesture, या फिर if there is gambling, तो आपको bail मिल जाती है. Because bail is lucrative. The bail में ऐसा है कि देखिए everybody wants to arrest and everybody wants to get bail done because the going rate is कि because आपको bail में क्या है, आपको assets देने पड़ता है ना, you have to furnish surety. अब आप गिरफ्तार उन लोगों को कर रहे हो जिनके पास ना पैसा है, ना जमीन है, ना कुछ है. तो what that has done is that has given rise to middlemen who will act as fake sureties. तो अगर मेरा bail amount है 20,000, then 10% उसका rate होता है जिसमें से surety और lawyer को आधा मिलता है. So this is a full system of dalal. It's a very lucrative. लोगों को arrest करना is very lucrative for everybody on various levels. Yes.
See, I'm interested in knowing this must be a public document, no? Since it is available. Do they even register like crime against women, sexual harassment, prostitution? Do we get data of that kind of?
I mean, there is NCRB data. There is NCRB report that comes every year. But if you're looking at FIRs, it is not possible to find FIRs about crimes against women online because they are meant to be confidential. So those are the only kind of FIRs that they don't register. Arrest records में आपको मिल जाएगा because there they will mention the name of the accused and then they will say so and so charged under section 375 of the Indian Penal Code, which is for rape. So that is something that you can find. But this is what I'm also saying is peculiar to Madhya Pradesh. Telangana police is smarter, so they have been very careful in terms of but there are other ways of getting access.
But Madhya Pradesh tops, I think, crime against women you have.
Yeah. Madhya Pradesh is on the top of a lot of lists for all the wrong reasons.
I guess we can move ahead with the schedule. So for the last session of the day.
Am I done?
Yeah. Okay. For the last session on gender transformative digital policy, we have an expert from Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, Ms. Sonia George, the Executive Director of GDIB, and also the advisor of the Digital Citizen Summit, and she has played an integral role of what turned out to be a huge success this event. So, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you hear me without this? I speak really loud, so is this okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll leave it here just in case. So, I hope you are all well. It's really a pleasure to be here. And I know that some of you maybe don't understand English. Just want to make sure, is everyone comfortable with English? Or should I make a little bit of time for translation as we go?
I think it might be useful to make time for translation.
Okay, that's good. Can you understand me? Okay, no? So I'll stop once in a while for you or someone else who wants to volunteer doing a little summary. Is that okay?
Yeah, let me do that.
Great. So, slide. So, my name is Sonia George, and I am the founder and executive director of an organization called the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Do you all know what digital inclusion means? Can I ask you all to tell me just in one or two words what digital inclusion means for you? Just a few people. Anyone wants to volunteer? Okay, that everybody has access. Who's everybody? Both what? Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Sorry?
Members of the society.
I can hear.
Members of the society.
Okay.
Citizens.
Yes, very good. Anyone else? Okay, so for me, digital inclusion, one of the most important characteristics, elements of digital inclusion, is to have all of you here. Because we live in a society, right? We live in a society with different people, different people of different cultures, people with different customs, but we all somehow are carrying a phone, right? You have every single of you has a phone on their hands. Most people. But, so we can communicate, right? But if you don't have it in a way that I can talk to you, that means we're not fully included in it, right? You can be included in one part, but not in a wider community. So for me, digital inclusion is making sure that you are here, that you have all of that, but we can actually communicate. We can learn from each other. We can support each other, right? We can do whatever we want. That if you want to talk to me, you can go on your phone and say, hi Sonia, can you help me with these? Or something else. Or let's do business together. Whatever it might be. So, our organization very much believes in the importance of digital inclusion. Digital inclusion from a gender perspective, making sure that all women and girls are fully included, regardless of where they are, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what caste they are from, what race, ethnicity, what language they speak. So that means we need to think about all of those issues whenever we think about inclusion, right? Because if I'm only speaking in English on the internet and you don't understand, you're not fully included. Or if you're only speaking in Hindu and I don't understand, I'm also not fully included. So inclusion is about all the dimensions, all the social, economic, and cultural dimensions that define who we are. And it means that policymakers, when we think about policy, that's why this session is about digital policy. When we think about policy, we need to think about all of those dimensions of who we are as human beings, right? Some of us define ourselves as a white woman that speaks Spanish. Other ones, a Muslim woman that speaks Hindu or another language. Everybody defines themselves differently, right? We need to make sure that inclusion also thinks about any kind of identity and way that we define ourselves as human beings. And we need to make sure that the policymakers that we work with understand that. Because if they don't, that means they're not working for us. And we voted for them to be there. So they need to work for us. They need to work for you and me and all of us. When that is not happening, then we need to advocate and call their attention that they're not doing their job. So, what does it mean to do? Advocacy for gender-responsive policy? I'm going to talk about a couple of things. Something that is called the digital gender gap, which I'm sure you heard about, but just to make sure we are all understanding what we're talking about. I'm going to share with you a couple of things from some research that we did in India, here in your country. I'm also going to talk to you about something that is called a policy framework that I hope will resonate with you because it's very much informed by women and girls like many of you here in this room, and some men who are interested in learning how to do better work for inclusion. And then I'll share with you how some policymakers in Asia have addressed this question in a way that has been interesting. I'm going to ask you questions as we go along, so it's not just me speaking. This was meant to be a workshop where we were going to have 2 small different presentations with some exercises in between, but because my colleague was not, he was excluded from the event because unfortunately India did not give him a visa. So I'm going to do it by myself, so I'm going to need your help to make this really interesting. So let's start with a fact. Women are disproportionately excluded from the online world. And you know that. In India alone, you know that only 30% of the women are online compared to 50% of the men. Depending on how you measure, that means either a 40% gender gap, digital gender gap, the gap of people that have been online, and I'll explain to you the difference between being counted as a user versus not. And if you do it the way that I actually like to do it, which is measuring women in relation to ourselves, we don't have to measure women against men. That is something that economists and others make that mistake all the time. So I just want you to be aware, there's 2 ways of measuring the digital gender gap. There's the way that is traditional, that measures men against men, as if men define the world. But we do it in a different way, which is women, based on how we women want to achieve. So if you look at the gender gap in India, instead of being 40%, which is how the world normally thinks about it, it would be more like 150 to 100%, because the disparities here are very large. I already said a lot. You want to just do a quick translation? Did you understand everything?
Yes.
Any questions? Are you sure?
तो मैं ट्रांसलेट करती हूँ। मैम ने कहा कि अभी भी मेल और फीमेल में जो डिजिटल इंक्लूजन है वो काफ़ी डिफरेंट है। तो इसको मापने के 2 तरीके हैं। एक, या तो आप ट्रेडिशनल वे में फर्क करें कि मेल और फीमेल में, कि मेल इतने यूजर्स हैं डिजिटल के और फीमेल इतने यूजर्स हैं, या फिर आप विद इन फीमेल उसी कैटेगरी में आप उसको जज करें कि विद इन फीमेल इतनी फीमेल यूजर्स पे है और इतनी फीमेल यूजर्स पे नहीं है फोन, या कोई भी डिजिटल एक्सेस उन पर नहीं।
So, with the statistics that are generally used, and I'll use those because you will see these in many places, so I don't want to get you confused with our way, but I do hope I confuse you so that you are curious to go search for them. So, South Asia has the largest, by far the largest gender gap in the world. Okay? And there's many reasons for that, but I just wanted to see that compared to other countries in the region. So, Bangladesh has 40%, 43%, India 40%, Indonesia 15%, and Pakistan 38%. Okay? If you compare to other parts of the world, some are much lower, there's a couple that are high, and there's actually some similarities between these countries. So Ethiopia has a 57% gap, and you also can see that Kenya also has a really large one. And if you think about it, there are specific elements of the socioeconomic dimensions that I mentioned to you that are actually very common about these countries. Okay? So I'm not going to tell you all of that now, but you can start thinking about that because I'm going to ask you about it in a bit. Now, we in our organization do a lot of research, and one of the things that we do is that we measure the policy progress or no progress that countries make when they determine policy, right? To change the reality. Because you have these gaps, you want them to do something about it, right? You can't just look at the numbers and sit down and go for coffee. That doesn't, or for tea or whatever. That doesn't work. You have to take action. Taking action meaning doing things that will change the trajectory of what we see happening in society. And we want to change the trajectory of exclusion, the trajectory of inequality. We want to make sure that policymakers, including all of us, that demand from them, know what we can ask, and we want them to act to make sure that things happen. That's why the session is called Gender Responsive. You respond in a way that will bring about more equality. When we measure in our digital space how countries are doing, they're actually not doing very well at all. We measure countries in what we call the global majority, so countries that are low and middle income in the global south. I don't know how you're all familiar with the definitions. When it comes to broadband development, which is the infrastructure that allows us to be connected, countries are only about halfway there, meaning if there were students in school, they are failing. They're not even 50% of the 100% grade, right? So they're constantly failing when it comes to many things, including gender. But when it comes to gender specific, they're failing even more, okay? Which means that most countries, even though they know that the divides are there, they know the different dimensions of the divide, from access, connectivity, socioeconomic issues, literacy, affordability, they don't do enough. From my perspective, they're not really caring as much as they should about the people that vote for them. And much less, they're caring a lot less for women and girls. And this is true across the world, sadly. This is not just in India, it's everywhere. So, specifically on India, again, these are data that actually is produced by the GSMA, which is the organization of the mobile operators. So in India, I already told you, there's a 40% gender gap on mobile internet. There's a 40% gender gap also on smart ownership. So only a small percentage of Indians have smartphones. But of those that have smartphones, there's also a big gap. So not only the gap is in access, but as you slice it down, the gap gets bigger, right? So if you think about it, it's even less women that have access to the internet through a smartphone, okay? And mobile ownership. I want to point this out because, not because it's an important number, because I want you to think about it. Mobile ownership usually measures just any kind of mobile phone. Are anyone here in the room, not to put anyone on the spot, anyone in the room has something that is not a smartphone? Most of you have smartphones. Well, because we in this room are actually very privileged, right? Compared to others in the world, we are the privileged here. The people that we want to contribute to and change their condition and their lives, not only, even when they have mobile ownership, so it appears that the gap is small. The truth is, because they don't have a smartphone, and the phones that they have, even though they own one, are very weak. They don't allow them to do the things that we want them to get done, right? So if women and men, poor women and men, rural populations, have mobile phones, but those phones do not allow for them to benefit from them or to have anything that is an opportunity that allows them to change their lives, to know about their rights, to have access to information, that is not good enough, okay? And you'll understand why I am telling you about this. Now, you know your country better than I. So, don't look at the slide yet. I want to ask you, what do you think is unique about this idea of the gender digital gap in your country compared to maybe others, or maybe within the country? You know, there's different states here. What do you think is unique about this gap in your country? How do you experience that? How does your family, the women and girls in your family, experience that? So I'll ask this in one way, so you cannot answer in general. I want the men to think, do all the women in your family have the same, first of all, a phone? Second, do they have the same quality of smartphone that you have? And third, do they have money to pay for the data that they need to use the smartphone? So, do they have a phone? Do they have the same smartphone quality that you have? And do they have money to pay for that phone to be connected? Okay, so men, think about it. And for us, you see what I'm getting, right? Maybe all of us here are privileged, but is everyone in your community, in your household, as privileged as you are with your smartphone? And are all of your smartphones connected to the internet, or do you have to be on the Wi-Fi? Because if you always only use the smartphone when you are on Wi-Fi because it's free, that's one way of using and having access, right? But if you have Wi-Fi, but you also have data on your phone all the time, so you can have access whenever you want, however you need, that's a different kind of access. So let me stop for a moment. Is anyone not understanding? Was I clear?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. If you need translation, please ask your friends. So, who's going to volunteer to answer that question or to start answering the question? If you can. If you don't want to volunteer, write in a piece of paper and give it to someone. And we have paper, I ask for paper and pens. If anyone needs paper, just let us know. Anyone wants to share? You're very shy. Are you very tired from lunch, or you're all very shy? We do have, oh, you just reminded me, we have the notebooks. So, you don't have to make it, make it in a way that others don't have to see. Just write something down and then share later. You don't have to answer now if you don't want to share right away. I'll pass it on. Yes, please. Thank you. Can you pass on the paper? And then we'll collect the papers later. Please.
So, ma'am, I can tell you about my home, the story from my home. So if I see the generation of me and my brother, so we have the same quality of smartphone as we are studying, doing research or everything. But if I see at the generation of my father and mother, they don't. Because my father goes out for work or something, so he has a better quality of smartphone. But my mother don't, as she stays in home and she's a housewife. So I think there is a difference between the work we do. That makes a big difference in the phones we are using or the data we are using.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody more?
I want to add to that.
Yes.
To me, I have a session after this, and the same thing will continue.
Okay.
But to me, I feel it's not so much to do with the kind of work, but the status which women enjoy in society. You know, we are already marginalized if you look at it. Maybe our class is different. Look at the people who are working, you know, maids, etc. Especially in the pandemic, we could really see, you know, they just have one phone and how it circulates in the family when children have to do lessons through, internet and all. It was not available. So I think to me, the whole question of access or not having access has to do with the status of women enjoying that society.
Okay, so please.
I think that's also the dependency. I can recharge my phone, my brother can recharge his phone. But if my mother wants to, she needs to depend on someone, on me, on my brother, on my father. Yes, sometimes.
Alright. So were you talking about a generation, a patriarchal kind of gender relations question? You were also talking about, different issues in terms of status and ability to pay and whatnot? Or what you also talking about skill and the ability, literacy, skills. So all of these things are important. Very good. Thanks, please.
Parents are dependent with the sons and daughters. They don't operate on pictures of phones to send money. Most of the parents.
Okay. Yes, of course. Yes, go ahead. Closer.
The difference between the male and the female regarding the mobile phone and the internet services. So I think all of these depend upon your education system. If you are educated and if you become self-sustainable, then you will be able to access all this. Like in my Muslim community, I have 4 sisters and all are in civil services and they are doing greatly, they are doing better than me. And all they are using much, when I am using my phone, they are using much earlier for them and they have the access to Wi-Fi and all that. It's because of our parents who have given them a better education. Like in India, it is used to say that if there is a daughter, then they will get to study in the government school, and if there is a boy, then he will get taught in a convent school. In our home, being from a Muslim community, being from a very small financial condition, all the children are treated equally and they are doing great things. So I don't think that daughters or the sister or the women are marginalized today. Thank you.
Okay. I'm glad that you have that experience with your sisters. That doesn't mean that everybody has, right? Sadly. Go ahead.
So, my father chooses to work with a money. He doesn't want, he can afford to fight. He does not want to take the initiative of making any financial transactions. Here, the recharging that you're talking about is just if you have a prepaid phone, so the charge. That also has to be with someone else. But he's choosing that. He's very much capable of doing all those things, but he's choosing. I just want to give one example, and I'm not talking about my family. I'm going to talk about the person who comes and helps me in cooking. She and her husband are both financially independent. Husband has his own shop. She's financially, she's not wanting. Like she works very well. She has good houses, and she works in her skill is very much appreciated in our condominium. So she has enough, she has money. Yet, and I think the quality of smartphones that both are using is similar. So, yet, whenever there is an issue with either one's phone, it's the man who gets the working phone. So if his phone is not working, he will take his wife's phone, and she will not be accessible. So we can't contact. On the other hand, if her phone is not working, she's not going to get her husband's phone. So that's where, work gets more priority. And they're educated, they're financially independent, but gender is not.
Okay. So I just want to point out a few things that are important, and I hope you don't mind. I think that in many situations, the choice not to have is also a privilege. Okay? So I want you to think about that. In many cases, those who actually cannot have the choice, they would if they had the choice. But many times, that is a privilege in itself. And I just want you to think about that. The privilege of not having to, or choosing not to, it's also important. It's perfectly fine. That's a choice. But it comes with that, which is really important. Yes. So just one or two more, and then we carry on.
So in the morning we were talking about digital gender norms, how gender norms, shape your experience of the digital space as well. And I'm from Point of View, an organization working with women, gender and sexual minorities.
Session. I really want to be here, but I have to be somewhere else.
So we have often seen that
that, even if there is access, like technology, if it comes to a household and there is a shared phone, for example, the gender norms will prevent the woman or the girl to access that phone. And this became very evident, especially during COVID, when school and college classes went online. And when there was a shared phone in the family, it was given to the brother to access his education, and the girl's education would take like a backseat. And this also happens because our digital needs and our experience of the digital space, especially when it comes to gender and sexual minorities and women, it's seen as something that is a luxury. It's something that we don't need. But here it has like a very intimate impact on her education and her very physical lived realities and needs. So just wanted to share that.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. I hope everybody heard that. That's a really good point, and I'm really sorry I missed your session. I really wanted to be there. There's one more? Oh, here, and who else? Okay, start, and then we come here. Please. Just two more. Yeah, go ahead.
So actually I wanted to put a different point to it. So my parents both are educated and they have almost like proper education for examination and masters. So I think the gender gap, digital gender gap is seen not with the quality of the photos or anything, but I think it is mainly because of the understanding of use of smartphones. So like, because my father tends to do a job and he uses it daily, so he knows how the phone is used, especially in previous generations. But when it comes to mother, she has people using the phone. So the kind of role she does, so it is very lenient in this. So I think that's where it's generated.
Okay. Good. That's a very interesting perspective as well. Go ahead.
I want to say that no matter how highly qualified you are, sometimes in your family, if your parents don't allow you, especially for girls, they don't allow to have their own phones. Still in 2023, people have that thinking. So I also come from a family where 2-3 households of our family don't allow girls to have their own phones. Even after qualifying 10 SSC, even after qualifying intermediate or degree. And they say, you'll get a phone and you get married. And our brothers, after qualifying SSC, they will have a smartphone in their hand. So, that discrimination is the same. Still it is continuing. So, that thinking of people should change.
I totally agree with you, and I hope most of you do as well. So that means for us to change that, there's cultural things, there's social issues. There are a lot of things that actually policymakers, not just the ones who are in the high levels of government, but everyone involved in policy can have a role to play in changing these things, right? And we can do that. I always talk to people about what can we individually, how can we influence others to change those kinds of ways of doing things, right? And we're going to talk about some of them. That's what I told you that it's the policy framework. And all of us can do something about it. So let's get there. I want to point out a few things so I have to keep track of time. The comment, she's just leaving the room. The comment that colleague was making as well, I think is really important, which is the role of education in a lot of these decisions in Indian society. And this is not just specific to India, it's also true in a couple of other countries in the region, but I think in India is more predominant, that a lot of things are very determined and highly correlated to education. So they can hear you. Can you? You can, sorry, okay, I'll start this way. It's getting cooler, the room, so that's good. So education is actually one of the key determinants in Indian society that is surprisingly very highly correlated with how decisions get made about ownership about usage, about access, and many other aspects of how people can engage with technology. Even if the technology that we're talking about is just a smartphone. But then the same applies when you look at computers, when you look at businesses, etc. So technology, this is just one element of technology, but there's many other elements, right? So a couple of other things that I want to point out that our research showed, and by the way, our research is available on our website. You can see, download, use it. We make all the data available, so if there are researchers in the room, feel free to play with the data, do new analysis. Everything that we publish, that we do is open source, so feel free to use and make it useful to you and to your work. One of the things that we found in our research on these that we did around not just the cost of exclusion that I started talking about, but also meaningful connectivity, is that those women and girls that have the ability to then engage and to have a higher level of connectivity are 3 to 6 times more likely to do interesting things in their life with that access to technology. And this is really important because when we think about policy, right, and when you think about changing understandings of society, including those that can be culturally, socially, and economically very grounded, incorrectly, but very grounded, you have to think about ways to address that. And one way is to use research to back up some of your demands, right? Some of the things that you want to change. So if the research shows that women that have one kind of access can do certain things, but women that have a different kind of access can do 6 times more, from access to information, to developing businesses, to running, like you all are an example of, then it is the duty of policymakers to make that possible. Because then it means that you can contribute to the economy, you can contribute to the society, you can contribute to your community in a way that is much greater. Because your potential is so large that it should not be limited, right? That is why this is important to think about in the context of policy advocacy and demands, okay? I'll share these, so don't worry about it. I'll share with the team so they can send to you and to others. So, as we just saw, the problem isn't new, but here we are. Like you said, 2023, we have to be able to do something about it, right? We absolutely have to. There's a couple of ways in which working in policy is very interesting. And I'll share just a few with you. One is, it's always good to have allies. Knowing who you want to influence and have allies. I just put a few quotes here, just so you see, because these are quotes from people that are considered famous in different contexts. Sometimes just having someone that is respected, famous, known, say something that helps you with your cause. That alone helps you carry through that message. So I always say this because sometimes people think, well, it's working with politicians, yes, but you know what? Politicians love saying that what they are doing, someone else important also agrees with that. That's one thing. So, if you have a cause, and I'm sure you all have, and you want to think about policy change, identify who are your allies. Who's saying the same thing that you are saying, who is saying things that will back you up, and make sure that you use that to help you with your arguments. So that's something that is really important for us as we try to change things. As I said, when women are given access to the internet, they can do extraordinary things. Truly extraordinary things. We documented these in our research. I hope you can take a look at it. But in the end, when it comes to policy, it comes down to economics, numbers. No matter how, we were talking about ethnographic research earlier with someone, and even if that is better, if you have a really good number, it will call more attention. I know that very well, and my team knows that very well. So, what we did 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we decided we're going to document, not just say that there's a gap and we need to do things. We're going to tell politicians, this is what it costs your country, your economies, in your failure to do anything. Because you don't do X, this is how much it costs you. And we did very fancy econometric analysis because they love that. So I was like, okay, let's do it, we can do it. I'm also an economist. So we did a very fancy economic analysis. And now, the UN Secretary General, the presidents, they're all using the numbers that we published. Why? Look at that number. In 1 decade, the world lost $1 trillion. This is just in 75 countries of low and middle income, including India. And India is a big portion of that, as you know. $1 trillion from the failure to include women in digital development opportunities. So when politicians don't know what they need to do, everyone loses. Everyone. Businesses, economics, society, everyone loses. So when we put that big number on a report and went to the media, they all got very nervous. That's, I know not everybody can do that, but that's the power of numbers. That's the power of quantitative research. But then, you add on top of it all of that quantitative research, the real stories of people like all of you here, like myself, my family, and then we give life to those numbers. This is something that DEF, the Digital Empowerment Foundation, has done extremely well over the years, and other organizations that we partner with and we work with, because we see the power of when we do these things. And then you get the allies. Remember I told you about all the famous names, allies, that can influence the politicians? You get your allies to know the numbers too, so that they can tell the presidents, the ministers. Have you noticed these? What have you thought about it? So think about that. If anything, not that it's always very good, technology has helped us spread misinformation, but also good information. And this is one good use of using really good advocacy, really good campaigning to make sure that the information is known. And those who are not acting are put to shame in a sense. We don't say that, but you know what I mean. Now, I told you about the 1 trillion. If we continue with doing nothing, we're going to lose another 525 billion just until the end of 2025, which is only 2 years from now. So it costs us all a lot. We cannot accept that, right? We just simply cannot accept it. So we developed a simple framework to remind all of us, including all of you here, how to think about policy, how to think about influencing policy, and what are the dimensions of that influence that you can think about in your work. Not every single piece of these is going to resonate to all of you the same, but you can pick one thing or two, because all of us working together, we can make change happen. Remember? It's about collective responsibility, collective action. If we all work a little bit here, a little bit there together, we make progress. Okay? And in English, it works very well. React. When you see something you don't like, you react. Okay? What does react means? You have to think about rights. You have to think about education. All different things that you all talked about here already in your experience. And please write on those pieces of papers, we'll bring them together later. Rights, education. So rights meaning human rights, the rights of women and girls in their societies. We talked about digital rights here since yesterday, since 2 days ago. Osama and others, and I'm sure in your session too today, many people have been talking about rights. What are digital rights? Digital rights are part of our human rights. So think about that. And these then allows you to go into policy advocacy mode and address how each of these things can be tackled, right, in different contexts. But rights, education, and when I talk about education, it's both literacy education, like the kind of education that some of you were talking about, to be able to plug a phone, that some mothers are still ask their children to plug the phone to charge because they're not quite sure how to do it, right? So education to feel comfortable, to feel confident about your capabilities, but also digital skills. Access, and when we talk about access, it's access to the internet, to meaningful connectivity, to affordable and meaningful, and we're going to talk about that just after. Content. If the content that is in different places around the internet is content that is not relevant to your daily lives, then it doesn't matter. If it's relevant but then it's done in your local languages, it's not going to be so useful either. So content is important, not just in terms of the breadth of it, the relevancy, but also, and super, super important, language. Multilingualism is absolutely critical. As you probably all know, the internet is dominated by a couple of languages and that's it. So by default, it's excluding many that don't speak those languages, right? And targets. I don't know if you know what targets are, but targets are very important for politicians and for policymakers because that's how they are accountable, right? So in order for us to think about gender in policy making, one very important, one of the most successful, simple, not so simple, but simpler things we can do is to make sure that any kind of digital policy that a country has gender targets. So it's not just about to say that they want 80% of the population to have the internet, if then maybe they measure in one way that women are still outside, right, of that measurement. No, it has to be a gender target. If there is a gap of 40%, one target that, just to be very precise, the government of EU could have is to halve the gender gap. Let's halve the gender gap in 5 years. And then in 10 years, or even in 6 years, or maybe even in those same 5 years, it's eliminated. And every time development happens, it benefits everyone equally. That is clearly not happening. So having targets matter because policymakers, politicians, they care for targets. Because then they can tell when they go out on campaigning, which is happening, we reached the target. If there's nothing, there were no targets, there was no promise. So make sure that there are targets in your policy. Without targets, there's nothing. They are not accountable. They didn't promise anything. They didn't say they were going to achieve anything. And it could be that there's no way of measuring any promise that they have made. So have a precise number target. Okay? Either to reduce, to halve, to eliminate, or to increase accountability, whatever. Now, why is all of this important? You already know, but I'm just going to repeat all of a couple of possibilities that allow and benefit women from all of these connectivity. Women are likely to participate in many parts of society much more actively, civically, and in other ways when they have access, and this is proven through research. They are more confident because they have access to information. They know what to do. They know how to help their families. Then if a child is sick, they know what to do because they can go and find out what they need to do. If a young woman wants to learn about her own health rights, she can go to the internet and find out that information. If a young boy or a transgender person wants to go and find out their rights in their country, when it comes to digital, they can go and find out. They can find out who are the companies that are more likely to hire people like them, either because of background. Many of you spoke about caste and ethnicity. All of those multitudes of our beings, we get information about it and we can act on it. Without, we can't. Skills, time, all these different things. Now, just quickly, just so you know, Because we talked about meaningful connectivity. I don't know if you were all in the opening the other day. The reason why this term is important, I just want to put it out here so you are aware, is it's important for the targets of policy making and all of these different things. We always talk about meaningful, affordable, meaningful connectivity. And that means obviously being able to pay, everybody being able to pay, not just some, right? But also having the right quality. This is why I was asking you the question, what kind of phone? Are the phones that your family members have, are they connected to the internet? Or they have to wait until there's a free Wi-Fi to be connected? See, these are all questions that are addressed in this concept of the quality of the connection that we need to be able to really enjoy what it means to be connected, to be a digital citizen. If you cannot have these things, then you cannot exercise that citizenship because you cannot have access to the information, access to services, access to products, access to whatever you decide you want to have access to. Okay? Now, these are technical things, but important. So, having at least a smartphone, I don't know if you can see, so an appropriate device, the minimum should be a smartphone, 4G-like speeds, unlimited connection, meaning always available whenever you want. If you have a smartphone, then you can only connect once a day when you go on Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi. That is not enough. What about if you have an emergency, an accident on the road, and then suddenly you have to call or check some information, and you see what I'm getting. And daily use however you want. Okay? If those conditions are not met, that means you have a poorer type of access as well. So policymakers need to make sure that spectrum is available, that smartphones are cheaper for everyone. The better smartphones are cheaper and available to everyone, not just some, not just the high-income people, everyone. That data plans are affordable, and that makes sense. That you can buy whichever you need for your needs. All of those things are important. And they are just as important for women and for men, for rural populations, whoever you are. And why is that? Because we know our research and research from many other people around the world has proven time and time again that the barriers, some of the most important barriers to women's use of the internet is affordability, because women still make less money than men. In India, I think the income gap is still about 30 to 40%. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. The last data that I have. So that means that women have 30 to 40% less money to put into those things if they are allowed to spend their own money. So, affordability, the wage gaps, the device gaps. So if they don't have as much, they can also not afford the higher, more costly smartphones. Privacy and security is important. Many women choose not to go online. Not because of the cost, but because they're afraid of being abused, of being violated from being online, of being taken advantage of. So not knowing how to protect their data, if they are aware of it. There's all sorts of privacy and security issues that are very important. Literacy, knowing, having the knowledge, having the education, the experience with technology, and the cumulative effect, as we like to call, of all of these barriers of living in a society that is patriarchal, and this is not just about here, of course, you know, it's around the world, a society that is constantly putting women and girls at a different, lesser condition by default. That is not acceptable. I mean, that's why policy can address all of these things. And if you understand how this plays out, you can do better. Why is meaningful connectivity important? I just want to share with you. In India, remember we're talking about 30% of Indian women are connected to the internet and 50% of men. Of those Indians that are connected to the internet, they are counted as having been on the internet at least once in the last 3 months. That's the definition. Okay? So if you've been to the internet, even if you don't have a device, if you went to a coffee shop and you used some friends or a brother had a computer or a phone, or you went to work and there you used, if you did that at least once in the last 3 months, you are counted as an internet user. That is why for us it was so important to define meaningful connectivity. And fortunately we did so much work to advocate for it that the United Nations adopted this definition that our team developed, not just the affordability definition, but also the definition of meaningful connectivity, which not only includes all of the technical aspects that I mentioned to you, but now also includes digital skills. Which means that the member states of the United Nations signed on to that, including India. So now you can tell Indian government, if the policy doesn't say that you must have all of that, you can say, oh, but you told the United Nations that our policy is going to help us do that. So you have something, you have a lever to use in your advocacy, in your policy, in all of your work. Okay? So right now in India, this was actually data from 2021 we published last year. In India, only 7% of the population had meaningful connectivity. So there's already a lot of people in India without, but the truth is, the largest percentage of Indians that are counted as connected to the internet have what we call poor internet, basic poor internet. It is not meaningful. So I'm going to stop for a second, either for clarifications in translation, and I think you are trying to say something.
What year is this data?
2021. This is based actually, this data, and it's available, I can show you where to find it. This data is based on nationally represented surveys that we did in the 9 countries, in part of the original starting research for the concept of meaningful connectivity. So we developed the concept, and then we did the research for some countries. As you can imagine, this is very expensive to do, 9 countries at that level. And this research was done both on the quantitative side, and then we also complemented with very strong ethnographic and qualitative research to get the nuances, especially of the gender dimensions that play out in each of these countries, which are all very different, by the way. Every country has their own particularities. So just to give you an idea, when it comes to meaningful connectivity, in India, only 3% of women have meaningful connectivity. These are the numbers that no one likes to talk about, but I'm going to share with you because you need to know. 3% of women have meaningful connectivity, and only just about 10% of men. So of those that are connected, these are the ones that have connectivity, most don't have good enough connectivity. So a lot of work needs to be done. Okay? Now, all of this is important because without it, there's no meaningful use. You are limited in multiple ways of the opportunities that actually having this wonderful tool could provide. These are some quotes. I don't think, what time is it? What is it? Okay. So let me go through quickly. I'm going to share these with you. These are quotes from women in different countries on how meaningful connectivity, when they were able to have real, true, meaningful connectivity, how that changed the way they could engage with technology and access. Okay? So we have lots of those in stories, and we wrote many different pieces to share how women felt when that happened. And it's very powerful because it's really the voices of women and girls that tell you their realities. It is not even me talking to you. You have to go and read if you have a chance. So I already covered some of these. I'm just going to quickly give you some examples of what some countries need to address these on the React framework. Remember React? So if you ever was, what did Sonia tell us during she told us to react. What's react? Remember, rights, education, access, content, targets, okay? Remember that word, I need to react. You react to something that is wrong, so react, okay? So, on rights, Malaysia, a country in your region that has done really tremendous work from a consumer perspective to implement digital rights in your country. Very much with a focus also on women. Okay? Because women in Malaysia were also, as consumers, not only not being protected, but they were not given the same opportunities as male consumers. Right? And this is very important from a privacy perspective because as in India, consumer advocates are actually very strong organizations. So Malaysia civil society worked with the consumers advocates to be able to change their law on these issues. Education. In Bangladesh, they still have a long way to go, like India, but we work with the government of Bangladesh, and we've actually developed what is now in the process of being approved, their national broadband plan for the country, and it's the first time that the country will have a broadband strategy fully responsive to gender issues and with gender targets. So let's hope it gets approved. It's going through all the political reviews. But they're doing really interesting work. Colleagues in Bangladesh doing very interesting work. Philippines has done a lot of very interesting work over the years. One of the things that they've done that has been very new and very innovative was subsidization of devices, because so many women in rural populations could not afford devices, and it was very important for them. So they actually subsidized devices to poor households and poor populations, and women specifically, poor or not, women that were not vendors to be able to pay their own. And they subsidize it through something that is called the Universal Service Fund, which you also have here in India, by the way. But I don't think it has done anything specifically on devices, but it has done something interesting. Oh, that's the next one on content, that they used, in your country, used the Universal Service Fund to subsidize the development of specific activities on women's empowerment. It was a small project, but it was something to start with. And maybe that's something that you can take advantage to say, do more of it, right? That replicate.
Yeah, I mean, typically the Universal Services Obligation Fund remains unused, and it's huge.
I know.
It's huge in this country.
It's mostly in use, yeah.
Right, it's mostly. So I think there has to be some effort at pushing the government to start using it for these purposes. It is not supposed to be for these kind of things.
That's right. Yeah, so I don't know if you all heard, but there's a lot of funds, so the operators put money into these funds, and then the government is supposed to distribute the funds to projects for infrastructure, for gender equality, all sorts of different things in rural areas. The infrastructure piece is usually to bring infrastructure to rural areas, and most of it goes unused. And sometimes used in the ways that you don't want to think about. That's what happens in many countries. I don't know about India, but in many countries it is. And in Nepal too, I think it's really important, they also have gender targets in their country's broadband strategies, so some people can see them. And they also included specific initiatives with set aside resources for women's education and skills. So there are examples of many things that can happen. Many things that you could engage with, and you could amend your governments, your policymakers. And when I talk about government, I talk about local, state, national, all the different layers of government, right? Different states, like here, you are this state is very special because the state has its own policy on digital development. Other states don't. I also work in Nigeria. Some states are really good about it. They decided, we're not going to wait for the federal government. Forget about that. They don't do anything. So they decide to do their own, and they have their own policy they're implementing. That is really special. You can do that. You can see who are your allies. Remember your allies in the government here, in your local, sub-regional governments, and get them interested. Just like the state here got interested and put a lot of resources. You can show that. Okay? It's not impossible. So let me stop and ask, did any of you wrote anything or no? If you didn't, that's okay. But did anyone write anything about the questions that I asked you? No? You all being shy? If you have anything, just put it in the pile and then we'll put together. You have something? Do you want to share? No? Okay, I don't want to force anyone. But, okay. So, yes? Can you give it a...
It's not about the questions because I wasn't there for that part of the session, but just wanted to share, maybe it's also important to unpack what meaningful access, or when we talk about meaningful connectivity, what is that meaningful, because sometimes there is 4G, there is a smartphone, there is broadband, but access is so conditional. Women and girls are having to explain at every point that this is when I need my phone, this is what I'll do with it. There is hardly any access at all. And if all of these patriarchal things that we navigate across online, offline spaces, if those start to be taken into account, then that 3% will fall further. And another middle thing is a lot of data is again still in the binary. So a lot of experiences along the spectrum, they just go missing.
That's right. Very good questions. Let me take 2 or 3 or any comments you want to share. There's one in the back, and then we'll come back to it. And can you, if you wrote anything on a piece of paper you want that can put together, can you do me a favor and just put them over there, or give someone else that you trust to put the paper there, and then we'll just read it through, okay? Go ahead.
So when you're talking about 7%, is it across genders or is it only for population? There is been looking into that.
That's your question?
Yes. No, after that I have a follow-up question.
Okay, no, it's for everyone.
It's for everyone.
Yeah, gender is, there's different genders.
Yes.
And I'm a very true believer in that. So, it tends to, women and men tend to be the largest groups, but it's about any kind of gender identity.
Suppose after that, so we see that there is a 3.3% of women have access, which means that there would be around 4.7% would be the men's access.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
So when the total percentage of access in the entire population is 7%, and the women's percentage is around 3.3%.
Yeah.
So which means that there is only 4.7% even in men.
So it's 3.3% of the women, of the women that are connected, that are considered connected, only 3% of those have meaningful connectivity. So of those that already are connected, not of everybody. Okay? Do you understand? And of the men that are connected, about 10% have meaningful connectivity. So both men and women are poorly connected, but women are further poorly connected, even more. Is that clear? Okay. And on meaningful, what does meaningful mean? That's a very good question. It means a lot of things, and I think all of us have our own definition of that. One of the important things of having is that it's the threshold at which women and girls and others can do and make decisions however they want to do what's right for their lives. It is not me to say what is meaningful to her or to him. They have to decide, right? Whatever it is important. If I were to tell you, for me, I want to be able to always be connected because I want to have access to information. I want to know what's happening. I want to know if my daughters are calling me and need help, that I'm there for them. Or if they have an emergency and I need to look for information to answer, that it's there. I want to be able to connect my friends around the world. I want to do research. I want to, buy things. I don't have a business in that way, but I like to look at art. Sometimes I cannot look at art in India because I live in the United States. So I go on, sites to look what are the new things that artists and filmmakers are doing. All of that is only really possible with meaningful connectivity. If I want to watch a movie from a site here in India, from the US, if I don't have meaningful connectivity, or the other way around, you want to watch something from another country here, we have to have enough. Those are basic things, right? So it's not just the basic communication, but it's everything else that we want to do with connectivity. But I would say what is meaningful to each of you will be different, right? But what we know, and we don't have time to go through all of that, but please take a look at our report. We actually asked people what that was, and we checked. And now we're doing the research again, and we're asking people also to compare their pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID experiences as to what became important to them after COVID and during COVID, because that changed a lot the way people started using connectivity as well. And so we asked these questions, and all the data and all the results are there. So take a look. If you don't, our website is just
GPS signal lost.
You can go to that and just check all the reports. And like I said, in January, we're going to publish a new research report that looks at these, but an update. And it includes research, some research from India as well. Qualitative research from India, not the quantitative, but qualitative, which is really important. So I think I answered all the questions. Anything else? Okay, so now, just to close, I have one question for all of you. So I have to keep this. Just one question for those who feel comfortable answering. It was a very short session, but is there one thing you have in mind after hearing today's conversation and discussion that you would like to do, and that you think you might have a moment, what we call a window of opportunity, to maybe do something about it? Right? Think about it and share if you can. If you can share, that's okay.
So after hearing all the discussions like you described very well, so I was thinking that what are the steps so that we can curb this gender gap? In my point of view, I only see education as a source to curb all these things, because in India, people before investing on mobile phones and mobile internet, they would invest on their basic needs first. The basic needs are education, health, livelihood, self-sustainability. All the things are prior before to invest in the mobile things and internet also. Like before Jio was introduced in the country, it was very difficult to everybody to get recharge for the internet. Like they charge very costly. But after the introduction of Jio in the country, every mobile operator are giving some most amount of discount and all the things. So I was thinking that can you suggest what are the steps so that we can take in our family or in our society to curb the gender gap?
Sure, I think that's good. Should we take 2 or 3? So, anything else? Anybody else would like to say something? So think about all the things on rights, education, access. You talked about education already. Good. So think about all of the different things, right? So some of you, I know that there were some of you here in the conference that that like to write blogs, write articles, write research, content about your own lived realities, about your lives, about the needs. That's really important. The more women and girls are writing about what they want, the more others are also going to hear. Just an example of content. Education, yes, the basic need. Education in the context of digital development takes on a different dimension. So it's beyond schooling education, but it's integrating the skills of using technology in basic education, but then beyond basic education, through workforce training, through university, through businesses. In some countries, for example, they use the universities responding other things to train women entrepreneurs on how to become better at making business plans, dealing with accounting, things like that. There's many things that can be done. So yes, some may be considered basic needs for you, and I will consider rights a basic need. For me, all rights of people that's why they are called human rights. It's the foundation of our humanity, right? You had something.
No, I think you covered most of it there.
I'm sure.
Without but I just want to a lot of points that have been discussed. A lot of points that have been discussed here. I think they do hinge on an important element of affordability. Now, agency of women, whether they are homemakers, financial independence, they don't have their own money, and they're dependent on whoever from the family. Agency, I think, a lot of data does indicate that it comes from the financial independence. Whether it's literacy, access to resources. So affordability of network, affordability of hardware, affordability of good connectivity. If that comes into the picture, I think the families probably might, be a little more comfortable with access and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's very good point. And of course, those are all basic things when you think from a gender perspective, right? So I hope that listening to the few things that people share, that allow you to think about and imagining those possibilities, right? Because a lot of the examples that we heard are having to do with the agency, with power relations, and all of these other concepts that I didn't want to go into it today. But when we do a 1 week full workshop on all of these, we go through all of that, and it's very important. So, please.
Yeah, so she spoke about financial independence. I would talk about
financial literacy, because in India a lot of women, they work, they earn, but mostly the money is handled by the men in the house. And India is huge in digital transactions, if you know PhonePe, and there are a lot of other apps. On daily basis, even like small vendors, they have these online transactions. So if you can teach that to women, then I think that would be great, because as you told, like continuous connectivity with the internet and everything is helps, right? So if you could at that point as well, that financial literacy for women, then that will make a huge difference, at least in India, is what I feel.
Yeah. That's a very good one. And you know that there's a lot of projects working on that probably, and it's very important. And it gives a whole new possibility to many women. And in many countries where financial inclusion has been done from a gender perspective, it has been very powerful, but it's not always that way because of this ownership issue and whatnot. Ownership remains a very complicated problem in many countries. But we have to close. Okay. So, well, thank you all. I hope this was a good glimpse of this issue for all of you. Think about it and think about things you can do. Okay, in your communities, reach out. At least, hopefully, this will remind you and give you some ideas. So, thank you for being here, and we'll see you outside.
So I request everyone, first of all, thank you so much, ma'am. I think most of us has a lot to take from this session. And I would request you all to please help yourself with the teas. So it's been served outside, and then we'll meet back again at 4:50 in room number 1 at 5th floor. Meanwhile, you can also explore our expos at 10th floor. So thank you.